Hi everyone and welcome to this course on JavaScript. So in this course we'll talk about many topics regarding JavaScript, amongst which variables, data types, operators, statements, and so much more. Alright, so let's begin. What is JavaScript? First and foremost, what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a client-side and server-side language that makes web pages interactive. Because with HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap, you can build the structure and the design of your website, but you cannot really make them super interactive. And that's why we need JavaScript. We need JavaScript to give some dynamism to our website, to make our website dynamic. So HTML, CSS, Bootstrap are mostly used, or I would also say they are only used for static websites. But if you want to have dynamic functionalities, if you want to add some dynamic functionalities, you would have to use JavaScript. In JavaScript, we add many forms of validation. Anything dynamic that you want, you can add it with JavaScript. And that's pretty much it for the introduction regarding the usefulness and the use of JavaScript. Alright, so to sum it up, I would say that we use JavaScript to add some complexity and to make our website special and attractive to users. If you need a static website, you don't need JavaScript. You can simply build a website with HTML and CSS and some other frameworks. But if you want a more dynamic website, you would have to use JavaScript. History of JavaScript. So, around 1.6 billion websites in the world use JavaScript. In the mid-90s, we had two browser companies. One of them was Internet Explorer and the other was Netscape Navigator. Basically what happened was that Netscape hired Brandon Eich, who is the founder of JavaScript. Netscape assigned to Brandon the task of creating a scripting language. Brandon developed a new scripting language in just 10 days. The original name of this scripting language was Mocha, then it was called LiveScript, and then later they called it JavaScript. Alright, so that was for the brief history of JavaScript. And now on to the next lecture. Let's now move on to the most important thing, which is the syntax of JavaScript. Like in any coding language, before building some complex stuff and complex programs, you need to understand the basics. So that's why we'll start off with the most basic concept, which is the syntax of JavaScript. Alright, so when we create the HTML structure, we first write the head tag and the body tag, and after this we create a script tag in the head tag. There are three ways to use script tags. We can use this tag either in the head tag or in the body tag. Alright, so if we create a script tag in the body, it will always be used in the last one. Another way is to make an external file, just like you can do it with CSS, and you just have to change the extension. Alright, so let me show you now a code editor. So can you see my code editor here? This is an overview of my Visual Studio Code editor. You will use this VS Code editor for most of your programming languages. This is one of the most professional and most used code editor. To download this, basically you'd have to open your browser, search for VS Code on Google. You go to the first URL and click on this download section. Then you'll be taken to the VS Code website. You click on the download for Windows. If you are using a Mac operating system, you download the Mac version, and the same goes for Linux. So based on your operating system, you download the relevant version. Now you click on the download button, it starts downloading. But since I have it already downloaded on my machine, I will cancel this process. Alright, so after installing it, let me create a folder with the name of JavaScript here. So take a look at this. You can see that it's written here JavaScript, and we have an Explorer section. Alright, so make a folder. You select this, you open your editor. Now you create a new file with the name of index.html. You press on enter, then you add an exclamation mark here. You press on enter. It will create a structure for you. You know that you can use a script tag in the head tag or body tag. So to choose an element, it will be used first. For example, I'm using this tag h1 here. It will be used first, and the script will be usually used in the last one. In JavaScript, we use the script tag in the last one, or we create its external file. The reason is that when a web page is loaded, it first runs the HTML file, and then it runs the JavaScript file. So JavaScript comes later, and it gives the different dynamism and the functionalities to users. Okay, so mostly in the professional world, like the professional developers, they use the script tag at the end, or they make an external file. To create an external file in JavaScript, you need to go to the JavaScript folder. You create a new file name such as new javascript.js. You create a variable and specify its name as hello world. You highlight the first name by writing document. You write first and you save it. Now you run the file and take a look at this. Pay attention to this. This is not working because my external file is not linked with the JavaScript file. So to link the files, you need to go to the script, you use the source, and you attach it with this link and you save it. Alright, and now as you can see, it's displaying hello world and it's working perfectly. And now on to the next lecture. We've already learned about the implementation of JavaScript on our browser. So now let's go to VS Code, and as you can see, I opened my VS Code in my browser. I'll use document.write statement here, and I print hello world, and then I save it. And you can see the result. Alright, so you need to remember that you can print a statement without any variable function. You just need to use the document.write statement by using a double quotation. And if you want to print only a variable or name of a function, you just write its name without using a double quotation. Alright, so there is one more statement of console.log. I write it here, hello console, and save it. Okay, so pay attention at what I'm doing. This is not printing because the document.write statement is used to print on web pages and to check its result. The console.log is used by senior developers to check the code and to identify errors. Alright, so to check this, you go to the browser, right click, select inspect, and its shortcut key is F12. You can see the control.write, hello console. It will print this, and you can print as many statements as you want. Alright, so that's the basic method of using document.write and the console.log. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so let's now see how we can add HTML tags and comments. We already know that we can use JavaScript and HTML tags, but in this section we'll see how to use HTML tags in JavaScript. So first of all, let's go to VS Code. We open the browser and we use the document.write, and then we print the statement hello world and we save it. Alright, so now print this statement in the italic form or with the head tag. Alright, so with tag h1, with its closing tag, you write a print statement here. And can you see what I'm doing? So basically, the print statement is displayed in the head tag. To change this into h2, I can write the h2 tag and save it. You can also write in an italic tag just like this. Alright, so if you want to add a variable or print a statement, for example, hello world statement, I'll need to write it in a variable first and save it. So pay attention to what I'm doing. It's displayed in document.write, but I want to display the variable values, so I'll remove the double quotations. And since I cannot write the h1 variable here, so I will write h1 in the first statement, and as you can see, we have the output in front of us. Alright, so you'll notice that sometimes it will work without closing the tag, but it can give us some errors on some websites. Alright, so now we'll see how to add comments in JavaScript. It's the same as with HTML. Like if you want to add some comments in this line, you'll just need to click on Control plus backslash, and yeah, that was it. You add your comment. Alright, so that was it for the tags and the comments, and now on to the next lecture in which we'll explore the different types of variables. Okay, so in JavaScript there are three different variable types: var, let, and const. Each of these variables have several rules around how they should not be used and how they should be used. And like they have different characteristics, and based on our use cases and our objective, we have to use either one or the other. So the first way to declare a variable, how can we do it? We have to declare it as var. The second way to declare it is by using let. And the third way to declare a variable is by using const. So these three variable types are important types of variables in JavaScript. Alright, so we'll now see the difference between them. So let's dive in. As you can see with the first variable type, var x equals 25, it's showing that var is the declaration and that the value of x is 25. After this, if we declare var x equals 100, it will affect the 100 to x. And then if we write x equals 40, without declaring it, it will also run this and give the value of 40 to x. So we are basically declaring and assigning different values to x, and each time we overwrite the previous value. So to sum up, in JavaScript, if we write var x equals 25, it will be printed in the document.write. If we rewrite its value as var x equals 100, it will run the rewritten code, the rewritten variable value. Also, if we assign the value of x without the declaration, like without the var, it will also run it and give this value to x as well. So this means that in var, like by using the var variable type, we can declare the value and can also assign the value multiple times. Now, when it comes to the second type, which is let, let's see how it works. So in the let variable, you can assign the value one time, and if you rewrite the value, it will not work. And that's exactly why I'm highlighting it in red. As you can see, it's highlighted in red in front of you. Okay, so however, if you assign a value without declaration, it will work. So this is the difference between var and let. In var, you can assign and declare the value multiple times, but in let, you can only declare the variable and assign a value to it once. Alright, and now on to the third variable type. So the third one is const. With this one, there is no option similar to var and let. You can only declare one time and one time only. So that explains why the second and the third lines are highlighted in red. Okay, so let's sum up what we just learned. We use variables and we assign a value to a variable. If you want to change the value, you will use var and just rewrite the value. like by declaring var x equals something again. So that's how you do it. Or for other purposes, you can use let or const, which are more rigid and which won't allow you to change the value given, like that you affected to the variable, that easily. They won't allow you to change it that easily. Alright, so now that being said, keep in mind that JavaScript variables have only two scopes, local and global. One side we have the global variables, and on the other side we have the local variables. We'll discuss these variables' scope after we cover the concept of functions. Alright, so go to VS Code, take some variables of var types, and assign values to this, example, MetaBrains. Save it. Now, if you want to override this value, write var and assign name, example, nothing, and save it. It will update and print nothing. Alright, I'll override this value without declaring it, example, hello everyone, and save it. It will print this. You can assign them three different variables, for example, the second, and here name it 2 and save it. So first it will print name because the value is assigned. The second and name 2 are different values. So if you want to print all of them, you copy it and paste it twice. Alright, second and name 2, it will print it like this. So can you see the result in front of you? They are very attached to each other and there is no space between them. In our previous lecture, we discussed about the use of tags. So, alright, I'll use a break tag here, copy this tag and paste it here. Now, comment this highlighted section. Let's implement this copy and paste it here. So, uncomment it, delete the last two values, and it's working fine now. Okay, so right, let var, copy and print it here. Just change the name into meta. It's not working, okay? So if you remove this let, it will work now. And as you can see, whenever we declare a value in a variable, we can assign multiple times a value to it. Of course, this is contingent upon the variable type that we've chosen. So always keep in mind the different variable types. Okay, so in let, you can overwrite a variable or declare it one time and assign the value multiple times. In const, you write the const variable, assign a value to it. Like you write its value is equal to MetaBrains, for example. You use document.write print statement. It will print it. Okay, so now if you assign a value to it multiple times, but in the const variable type, it will not work. So you cannot assign a value multiple times with the const variable type. But in the document.write, you can assign a value to it multiple times. So for example, write name. It will not work due to similarity. Okay, change its type to name and name 2. And by using this, we can use these three variables and assign values. Alright, so the var can be updated and redeclared. And when it comes to the let variable, it can be updated but can't be redeclared. And for the const variable, it cannot be updated or redeclared. Alright, so that's pretty much it for this lecture. And now on to the next one. Alright, so in our variable lecture, we discussed already about the fact that there are 5 ways of declaring variables, which are var, let, const, global, and local. We also discussed about var, let, and const. Alright, so now let's dive deeper into the topic of the global and local variables and how they exactly work in JavaScript. Alright, so also keep in mind that we talked about the functions as well, how they work, how they are used, and that would be essential for us to help us understand like the global and local variables. Alright, so let's talk about them. First, create a variable x, assign the value of 20 to it, make a function fun, print the value of x using document.write. Okay, so it's not printing the value of x because I've not called the function, so call the function, save it, and here you go. Can you see what I'm doing? So it's printing the value Okay, so now I'll create a variable and assign a value to it. Let's say 30. It's showing undefined. Okay, so let me comment this, and here we go, we get the value of 20. So it prints the value of 20. Alright, so now let's see the difference between the global and local variable. Print the value of x using the document.write. Now this is the global variable. The variable outside the function is the global variable, and inside the function is the local variable. So the global runs inside the function, and it also runs outside the function. That's why we call it a global variable. While the local variable is used only inside the function. So a local variable is used only inside the function. It's local. It exists only within a certain periphery, only within a certain vicinity. Alright, so the local is used only inside the function. Now let's check this. Comment this, uncomment this, change the value and save it. And now it's showing undefined because I've used this before. Okay, so document.write, so do this and save it. And as you can see, we have the result. If I remove this now, the value is still running, but it will not run outside the function. Alright, so to check this out, cut it, paste it outside the function, save it. And as you see, it's not working because it's the local variable. And yeah, so it doesn't work basically outside the function. That's the main difference between a local variable and a global variable. A local one is just defined like within the vicinity of a certain function, while a global variable is defined all across our program, all across our code. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. Alright, so the previous lecture was about console, and this one is about advanced console. So, alright, let's see how it works. So first of all, create a variable name and write metabrains to print this. Use document.try statement. And if you want to use the developer tool, write the console.log and print the value using small brackets. This will not show on screen, so press F12 and you can see it on the console box. So it prints metabrains. Now, for senior developers, they use console log to check the errors. And if I write now error and save it, it will show an error in red color. So can you see this? Can you see this? It's so interesting, actually. It shows the errors on different websites due to this console log error. So that's why it's very helpful for developers to identify the errors. Now, if I delete this and create an array, specify some names, and I save it, these three are displayed as errors and like arrays. Alright, so there is one more, console.table. This is used to show errors in the table. It shows the index value. And the next you have like console.warn. You use the warn here, which is related to warning, and you write it here. Okay, so apparently something is wrong. It's not displaying because I have to print a statement, not a variable. So put a double quotation and save it, and it will show up like this. So you copy this and you paste it here, and it will show up like this. Now you use console.time, you go to the last one, you use this console.time and save it, and pay attention here to what I'm doing. It's not showing because the value is not assigned. So write test and save it, copy this, paste it here, and here you go. Can you see it? Alright, so it's showing the time end of 1 millisecond. This is showing that these 7 statements used 1 millisecond to run. Like they run in just 1 millisecond. Alright, so so basically you can check the time of the statements running by doing what we just did. And now on to the next lecture. In the previous lectures, we discussed the operators, and for some operators, we have to learn statements. Alright, so there is basically a certain logic that you need to understand when we talk about statements. You absolutely need to master this logic and this sequence of thinking when we talk about statements. So let's dive in. Alright, first of all, let's discuss about the if statement. So the purpose of okay, so just one thing before we dive deeper. Let's create a variable and assign a value to it. So previously we used document.write statement, but now we'll use the if. You will see the two statements. You choose the second one, and with this one you don't need to write conditions. So if you click on only if statement, you have to write the conditions. So you can use the second one and you save it. Always give the condition between the two brackets. I will give the condition of A is greater than B and print it using the document.write statement. So the condition is that if it is true, it should print MetaBrains. You can see the statement is not true, so it will not print it. If I change the value here, it will print MetaBrains. So to write MetaBrains in capital, you use the tag. If I write A is equal to B, that means the statement A is equal to the statement B, which is false, as you can see. So he changed the value, and here you go, the statement becomes true, as you can see in front of you. So it's printing MetaBrains on the web page. And okay, so basically the if statement is used to think in a logical manner. Alright, so now let's talk about the if-else statement. So the if-else statement. Previously we talked about the if statement. Now we're gonna talk about the if-else statement. So to check the difference between if and if-else, you need to remove this type. So can you see what I'm doing? As you can see, it's showing if-else. So you click on it. First, you give a condition. So if A equal to B, if this is true, then this will print in document.write as hello world. You save it. As you can see, it's printed. Now write the else statement for document.write as something seems wrong, so I'll save it. Yeah, so nothing is printing as I've written something in document.write, but it's not working because the if statement is true. Now if I change the A to 20, it will print the else statement, and this is basically how the if-else statement works. So the if code will run whenever a condition is true, and the else will run when it becomes false. Okay, let's see another example. So write A, assign a value of 30 to it, write Z, assign a value of 30 to it, use the if-else statement, give the condition for the if statement that if A is different than Z, and give the condition in the true to print true, and in the false it will print false. So here you can see the condition is true, like A is different than B. So I save it, I run it, and here you go, it will print the true. If I change the value and make them equal, it will print false because the condition is wrong. So that was it for the if-else statement, in which the statement will run whenever the condition is true. Otherwise, the else function will take the lead. So if we don't go inside the if statement, then we go inside the else. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how it works basically. And now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll talk about the condition ternary operator. They are mostly used to print a condition for one time if it's true or false. Alright, so usually you can print many statements, but with the ternary statements you can only print it once. Okay, let's see how it works. So first of all, create a variable x, assign a value of 200, and create one more variable y, save it, make a condition x equal to 200 and a question mark, give a value. If the statement is true, this value should be printed in y, and I write yes. So if it is false, then it should print no. Save it. Please focus on what I'm doing here. So as you can see, it changes its format automatically because in Visual Studio Code it corrects the wrong condition, so that's why. Print the value of y in the document.write and save it. And here you go, can you see what I'm doing? So the value is true and it prints true. Okay, so if I write here statement false, no is printed. By this we can print the statement once. Okay, so let's make another statement. Write x is greater than equal to 150, save it, and you can see that the statement is true. So if I change the value to 201, the statement is wrong. There is also another way to write this statement. I will comment on this and write y and give a statement that x is equal to 200, question mark, and if the statement is true, print yes. If it is wrong, print no. The purpose is the same, so add a semicolon, save it, change it into a yes and okay. It will print yes and okay. You can also add values into this, so put double quotations and write value with a concatenation sign plus. Also put round brackets and save it. And here you go, can you see in front of you the output? So it's printing the value yes. In this way you can make the condition as a ternary statement. So what we saw here was a ternary statement. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so we use the switch statement for a long time work. For example, if one condition is false, it should check the other statement, and so on. The syntax is like this. First, you write the expressions, and then you create a case, create conditions as we create them in the if statements. So we'll use the logical operators inside of this. The switch expression is evaluated once. The value of the expression is compared with the values of each case. If there is a match, the associated block of code is executed. If there is no match, the default code block is executed. The default condition is used when there is no condition that is true. Alright, let's now have a practical look at it in VS Code. So first of all, create a variable day and assign a value 1 to it. Use the script tag, create a variable, assign the value to it and save it. Now create a switch statement and it will show the case in which you can write expressions. So write this value here. You can make any cases. I'll create 7 cases, save it and assign the values to them as 1, as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 and save it. Write document.write statement. Today is Monday. Copy this statement and paste it in all the cases. So change the days from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday and save it. And as you can see, we have the output in front of us. It's printing a sentence. Now, give a default statement in the document.write. Enter a valid number. As you can see, the value is 1, so it's printing the case 1 starting from 0. If I change it to 6, it will print the value in case 6. If I write 7, it will give you the default statement. Okay, so I'll use the break tag and the h1 tag. I cut this and I paste it here, and you can see welcome in capital letters. Alright, so if the number is 5, it will start from 0 and check every statement until we reach number 5. And in 5, it will print the value. So that's how it works, basically. That's how you can use the switch statement. And now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll talk about if-else-if statement. In the previous lectures, we've used the if statement, if else, and now we'll use the if else if statement. Alright, so in this lecture, if one of our condition is passed on, it will keep checking the next statement until it gets the true statement. So basically that's how it works. It keeps checking the next statement until it gets the true statement. If there is no condition that is true, then it will go to the else statement and execute what's in there. Okay, so let's see how all of this works in action. Alright, so go to your VS Code editor, create a variable, name it as value, assign to it a value, let's say 55, and save it. Create an if else statement and give a condition that if the value is greater than or equal to 80, I will use the OR operator, because when one condition becomes true, it will print it. And if I use AND, that means both should be true. So pay attention to what I'm saying. Okay, print the statement using document.write and write you are eligible. In the second statement, write you are fail. Now, if I want to print both statements, I'll simply have to use the AND operator. So use the else if statement here, print it, and just change the value. Change the value from 60 to 80, save it, write else if and save it. So here you go. Can you see what I'm doing? It's printing you are fail because the condition is not true. So print again and paste it. Change the value from 45 to 60 and save it. As you can see, it's printing you are eligible because both the conditions are true. The value is bigger than 45 and smaller than 60, so it's true. Alright, so create one more statement, give one value that if the value is smaller than 40, it will print you are in merit. Let's give it a value of 39. As you can see, it's printing you are in merit. So this is used when we have to add a result type functionality in our website. Alright, so now if no value is matching, then the else statement will run. For example, I changed the value to 555 and now it's showing you are fail. So let's change the statement to enter the valid value. You can see the result. Alright, so you can display anything by doing so. And yeah, so if no statement is printing, it will print the last statement basically. Alright, so the break and continue statement are always used in loops. First of all, I'm making a for loop, as you can see. After that, I'm deleting my syntax because this is an advanced level. Here, I'm initializing var a equal to 1. And here, I'm making a statement. And then I'm doing an increment. And then I print document.write. I type document.write. And after that, I'm writing number, no, and then the semicolon, and then the concatenation, after which I will use the br tag. Alright, so this is similar to what we did in the previous lectures, but I changed the syntax. Okay, so now I'll teach you one new thing. Let's see what it is. So if I go inside our for loop and I type the if statement here, if I make the condition of a is equal to 5, then I save it. Now I copy this document.write, I paste it here. Now I change the context and write hey. Okay, so then I make an if statement. I write the condition a is equal to 5, then my statement should print, as you can see in front of you. Okay, so in the previous lecture we did these things separately, but now we'll do this in a combined way, which means that we learned the for loop in one lecture and the if statement in another lecture, but now we're trying to do sort of a combination between the for loop and the if statement and how to use them together. So that's our objective now. Okay, so as you can see right now, it's a basic start. That's why we'll have to perform basic things, otherwise we cannot understand like some advanced concepts and advanced level stuff. So even though we're combining the for loop and the if, it's still like some pretty straightforward topics. Alright, so as you can see, when I make my condition a equal to 5, if I put one more equals here, so I'll have to check the data type, so no need of it, okay, but we got the 5 as well, because the lower statement is running, as you can see as well. So if I want only the if statement to run, I will go here and I write my main thing for which this lecture is all about. Okay, I write continue, I save it, and as you can see in front of you, now my only 5 hey are showing and the other 5 no have been deleted. Alright, so this is how the continue statement works. Basically, we have one more statement with the name of break. When I type break after the 5, all the statements will be off. Just the if statement will run, so everything will be turned off and just the if statement will run by itself. Alright, so now if I replace it with 6, then it will run after 6. If I have 8, then it will run after 8. So this is how you can use the break and continue statement basically. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so keep in mind that there are 7 types of data in JavaScript. Like there are 7 data types in JavaScript, which are string, numbers, booleans, arrays, objects, undefined, and null. For beginners, they usually do the mistake between the string and the numbers. Like they confuse string and numbers. When we talk about string, we write statements in double quotations, while for numbers and boolean, we do not use double quotations. That's a key difference. So the difference between string, number, and boolean is the use of the double quotation marks. For the array, we write in sequence to display it. The difference between array and object is the following. Objects represent a special data type that's mutable and that can be used to store a collection of data rather than just a single value. When it comes to arrays, they are a special type of variable that is also mutable and that can also be used to store a list of values, but when you need to depend on the order of the elements in the collection, you need to use arrays. When the order is not important for you, you use objects. So that's the key difference between arrays and objects. The last one is undefined and null. Like these are the last ones, the last data types, undefined and null. We will implement them one by one in VS Code for you to see the difference and to make you more comfortable with all the different data types. Alright, so first of all, go to VS Code, create a variable, hello, and write a string metabrains. So to print this, you write document.write statement. You do not use the double quotation, otherwise it will print it as a statement. So to check its data type, you write document.write and the type of hello here. Alright, so you use a break tag in the variable, it will show you the data type. Now if I change the variable to 25, it will show int data type. As I've written here, false, it's showing me the boolean data type. You know, like false is a boolean data type. That's the definition of boolean, you know, like boolean is either true or false. So that's why we got this output. Now you create an array, you write python.js and C++. Okay, so it's giving us errors because I did not use a comma, so simply add a comma here and you can see it's working perfectly now. It's showing us Python and C++ as objects. Create one more variable of hello1 create an object as first name, put inverted commas and write meta, last, double quotation and a semicolon. Write brain in double quotation. Can you see the output in front of you? So the display is not appropriate. It's not displaying what I intended to do appropriately, because I didn't show my data. So basically I just need to copy and paste this here. I change it to hello1 and I save it. And here you go, it's showing the objects. Remove this, change it into hello1 and you can see the result. In the arrays it shows both data and data types, but here it shows the data type. Alright, so to check null and undefined, write var x, do not assign any value, write here document.write statement and just display x. It will show as undefined because there is no value assigned to x. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. Alright, so there are many types of arithmetic operators in JavaScript. Arithmetic operators are of 7 types. There is the addition, which is commonly used to add two numbers. Next, we have the subtraction. Then we have the multiplication, the exponentiation, the division, the modulus, and the increment and decrement operators. Alright, so the addition is basically used to add two numbers. The subtraction is used for minus, like to subtract one number from the other. Then the multiplication is used to multiply numbers. And then we have the exponentiation operator, like asterisk and asterisk, which returns the result of raising the first operand to the power of the second operand. It is equivalent to the math.po, except that it also accepts big ints as operands. Alright, so the division is used to divide two numbers. For modulus, I'll explain it with an example. The increment operator is used to increase a number and the decrement operator is used to decrease a number. So let's have an example for modulus first of all. Alright, so pay attention to what I'm doing here. Consider 14 is divided by 2. We get 7. 7 is called division and the answer is 0 is called modulus. So 0 is the remaining amount. We can say that it's the remaining amount or number after the division has been made. So 14 divided by 7 gives us 2, and that's pretty much it basically. We don't have anything left, so 0 is the modulus. And we'll also see its practical implications and applications in VS Code. Alright, so now let's go to the implementation side of things and let's see how things work in action in the VS Code editor. Alright, so always remember that the arithmetic operator works only for numbers, like for the numbers data type. For example, you write here var name and assign the value 20 to it. Again, you write the var, or you can also do it without using the var. Alright, so you assign 30 to it. You change first with B and name with A and you save it. Can you see what I'm doing? Alright, so this is not printing. Yeah, it's not printing it. So to print the value, you use document.write. If I write A here, it will print the value of A, and likewise for B. If I want to print B, I just do the same thing. We want to see the operation of the arithmetic operator, so create a variable C and assign A plus B to it, then you save it. As you can see, it's printing the value of B. Alright, now I want to add A and B, so in document.write statement, you change B with C. You can see the result in front of you. Alright, so now if I use the subtraction operator and save it, you can see the result of minus 10. Next, if I multiply this, you can see the result as 600. Now, if I use here the exponentiation, as you can see, it's exceeding the limit value. Now, you change the assigned value of A to 5, you can see the result in front of you. Okay, now if I use here the division, it will give the division of the given numbers. Okay, next, so after the division, modulus, or the remainder, let's first change the values 2 and 100. You write the sign of modulus operator and you save it. You can see the result. Next, we'll see the working of the increment and the decrement operator. So let's have an example. You consider the value of a is 2, you print it. If I use the increment operator like a++, it will increase by 1. Again, using the increment operator, it will increase by 1. If I use the decrement operator, it will decrease its value by 1. So that's how the arithmetic operators work in JavaScript. It's pretty easy. Just try to practice and watch again what I just explained if it looks confusing to you. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. Alright, so in the previous lectures we discussed about the arithmetic operators. Now we'll see the assignment operators. The types are similar to the arithmetic operators, so let's dive in. Okay, so here I'll put an arithmetic operator sign before the assignment operator. For example, x plus equal y. This is an assignment operator. X and y are assigned, so there is no difference. You can assign the values and print them. Previously, the method was not like this. For now, we'll use it like this. Alright, so let's go to VS Code and make sure that it's much clearer for you. Okay, first of all, create a variable. Like in a variable called a, and you assign a value to it. So to assign a value, you write a plus b, then print them in a document.write C statement, and you can see the result of 30. So if I remove this and use a plus equal b, then it will not print the value because we're printing C. So simply print a, and you can see the result. If I use the subtraction, and this way all the assignment operators work. You can use division or modulus, any assignment operator, to print the value again and again. So it's pretty easy, just try to practice. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so we already explored the assignment and arithmetic operators. Now we'll talk about the comparison operators. We'll see how to do comparison between two values. So there are many types of comparison operators. Alright, so double equal to sign, it's equal to, and for 3 equals to it, it means equal to, and data type. And if it's not an equal statement, then it's false. Alright, so if you add an exclamation mark with it, this means that it's not equal to. If you add 2 equals with the exclamation mark, this means that it's not equal to, and the data type as well. This sign is used for greater than, and this sign is used to show less than. Next, this sign shows greater than and equal. If you add only greater, it will be false without adding equals to. This sign shows less than or equal to. Alright, so let's see how all of this works in VS Code. Let's go to VS Code for the implementation. So we write a statement. So A, we assign a value. We write a statement B, we assign a value. Print it in document.write. Make a head tag in this H1 to display it bigger. Add the quotation and save it. So you write the statement A equal to B and you save it. And here is the output in front of you. Can you see it? So basically it is false because the value of A is not equal to B. So if you change here the values of A, B, and you check it, and as you can see, it says true. So this is a comparison operator. If I add double equals here and change the data type of B into string, now B is not a number, it's a string, In the previous lectures, we've discussed about checking the data type by writing the data type of A, which is a number, and B, which is a string. And as you can see, it's showing false. If I change the value of A into a string, it will show it true. So by doing this, you can use the comparison operators. Okay, so you write the value of A and B, you use the next operator of exclamation mark equal. This statement means that A is not equal to B. It's not matching with A and B. So the A is different from B. And you can see it here. It says true. So to check the validity of greater than or less than operator, let's see how we can do it. So if I use the greater than operator, that means A is greater than B, which is true. If I use the not equal to operator, this will show false because A is equal to B. So if I change the value of A to 19, I run the statement and it's still showing false because I've written greater than. A is greater than B and B is less than A, which is true. And that is true, like A is greater than B and B is less than A. So if I add is equal to operator and change the value of B to 19, the statement is still true because A and B are equal, which is true. Alright, so these are the comparison operators used to make statements. In the upcoming lectures, we'll see how to run the statements. We are seeing the results now as true and false, but in the next lectures, we'll see what to print when it is false and what to print when it's true. So we can do this with the help of loops and with the help of statements. So and now on to the next lecture. Okay, so sometimes while visiting a website, we see a notification, like if we subscribe to some websites, you know, that there is sometimes a notification. For example, you are subscribed, it pops up. So that's what we'll see in this lecture. In this lecture, we'll see how to create an alert box for our website. You write script and then you make an alert box. You run a statement of hello everyone. So let's see how it works. Focus, pay attention to what I'm doing. So you can see an alert box of hello everyone. It will show until I click on OK. This will keep showing if you refresh it. So this is how it works. This is how the alert box works basically. Now if I give a condition to this, let's say create a variable var x and assign a value, let's say 20, create one more variable and assign a value of 30. So create if else statement and give a condition of, let's say, if x is less than y, print this alert box as your value is correct and save it. So can you see what I'm doing? It's showing this alert box. Alright, now create one more alert box as your value is not correct and save it, but it's still showing the alert box of your value is correct. If I change the condition that x is greater than y, then this alert box will display. Alright, so in this way the alert box works. In our upcoming lectures, while studying the functionalities, we'll create an alert box for a specific value. Alright, let's see how this works in the next lecture. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so in this lecture we'll see how to create a confirm box, just like we did with the alert box. So here we ask a question for the user. So I'll create a variable a and assign a value and use the confirm box, insert a string in it. Okay, so let's say, are you human? Close and save it. Can you see this? It's displaying a confirm box. Now create an if else condition, print the value of a inside of this. So give a condition and an alert of thanks, save and run it, and here you go. You can see the output. Alright, so make another value, give it OK. Now run it, and if I click on cancel, it will alert it's OK. If I click on OK, it alerts the user with the message thanks. as you can see, we used alert boxes to display a certain message on the screen. Alright, so basically that's how it works. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so we've already discussed the alert box and the confirm box. In the alert box, we give an alert or notification type, and with the confirm box, we take the confirmation from the user. Alright, so now we'll talk about the prompt box. It's used to take a value from the user and print it. Using a prompt box, as you can see in front of you, so here you write something, for example, let's write like meta brains and save it. I want to perform an action on the basis of prompt, so cut this, take a value in variable, make a variable a and assign to a. Alright, so use the document.write and assign the variable a, save it. Now I'll refresh this, I write hello, it will print hello, and here you go, and this way we can print the values. Okay, so let's now increase some functionalities. We'll use the if statement in this, copy this and paste it here, save it. Okay, so just change it as first, second, third pass and save it. And now you can see that there is no need to assign a value like for 40. Yeah, it is a basically. So I want to do this on my website rather than writing as an a value again and again. So to do this, I'll make a prompt box. I'll write enter the value in it. I save it. So pay attention to what I'm doing. It's showing the prompt box. Write your value in this. For example, 45. It will show the third one. So refresh it again and give it the value of, let's say, 20. It will display pass. So for 80, it will show the first. And that's pretty much it. This is how you can add a functionality in your prompt box. Okay, and now on to the next lecture. Previously, we've discussed about loops, HTML tags, conditions, switch statements, and so on in JavaScript. Okay, now we'll move towards more advanced topics. So, let's see how to use functions in JavaScript. Alright, so let's take an example and see how all of this works. So I've created 3 statements of document.write. We've covered all the basic properties of JavaScript, including history, operators, and all statements. Now, we'll see how to use functions. Function is a quite advanced topic in JavaScript. So for example, these are 3 statements of document.write, and we've written a code. So to print these statements, we have to use the document.write code again and assign a variable. And okay, so now it works. With the statements, we can write small codes and lines, but with the functions, we can make a whole function and can perform a whole tasks. Alright, so to create a function, first of all, we need to write the function statement, and assign a name to it. So for example, I will assign ABC, but will not assign parameters for now. Okay, so I save it. In this section, you can write your statements. I will use the document.write statement here and MetaBrains in it and save it. And here you go, you can see the output. It's not printing my value because in function the procedure is different. With functions the procedure is quite different. So here you are defining the function. Now call the function, write the name of the function ABC and save it. As you can see, it's printing MetaBrains. This part is called function definition, and this is the calling of function. Okay, so these are 2 important parts when it comes to function. We have on one side the function definition, and on the other side the calling of the function. Alright, so if you want to print this again and again, copy this and paste it. Use the break tag for for the space, like if you want to add some space, use the break tag. Use one more function, name it as metabrains. Okay, so I'm not giving parameters, we'll give parameters later on. Copy the document.write statement and write JavaScript in it. So to print this, go to the calling of the function and write the name of the function. It will print metabrains, so this will print wherever you are calling the function. And yeah, so in this way you can create functions in JavaScript. Basically, that's how it works. In the upcoming lectures, we'll see how to give parameters to a function. Alright, so that was it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. Alright, so in the previous lecture, we discussed about functions, syntax, and their uses in JavaScript. Now we'll see the role of parameters in a function. Okay, so write first and last, use the concatenation and call the parameters. Okay, so write first, concatenation, and last. Alright, so it's showing an error, so we can correct this by removing the comma, and then we save it. And as you can see, it prints metabrains when I'm giving the parameters, but they are undefined. Okay, so go to the calling function and assign a value to first and the last parameters. Okay, so use the double quotation and write hello, double quotation, write hello, and save it. And here you go, we have our output. So it's showing metabrains and hello world. If you want to add a space, simply use the concatenation in order to concatenate the 5 things together, like the metabrains, the space, the hello, the space, and the word. So we need to use the concatenation and then we save it. Okay, if you want to print A by default, like if you want to print the default value automatically, like for this, like you see in front of you, use the default value. For example, Munib here and Sajad now. It's not displaying perfectly, so I'll just remove these values for now and it will show you the default values. Alright, so hope it's clear for you, and now on to the next lecture. Previously, we learned about functions and how to give parameters to a function. Now, we'll move to a more advanced level and use the function with a return value. This basically means that the function will have a value. It will return a value to us. So that's pretty much it. Like the function will have a certain value according to the parameters that we give it. Okay, so here I'll create and call a function and name a function. So name, and I give it the parameter as first and last. I'll save it. Now I'll use the document.write and print the function as hello. I assign the value here, meta, and here brains. Now I create a variable named x and assign the first and last value. I use the concatenation for space. I use last here. I save it. Okay, so to print this value, I write the function name and print value, example hello world, and here you go, as you can see in front of you. So it is not printing the value because I've not used the return function. That is why. So I'll use the return function and the x variable in return and save it. Okay, so please focus on this. The concept is difficult. When I assigned the values first meta and last brain, I gave it 2 values of hello and word. The values are stored here and this value is stored in a function. Okay, so to make a function in a variable, you cut this, you write the variable here and assign a value and paste it. To write this function, use document.write and save it. It will print this. Okay, so first create a function, use a variable, call the function, but it will not print it because the return is not used, like we didn't use return. Okay, so make a variable and use the return function. Alright, so it will print when we will return the value to a function. Alright, so now call the variable using document.write. Let's have another example. So comment this function and create a new function. Give it a name as add. Assign the name as math, chemistry, and physics. Put the brackets. Make a variable y. Write these parameters. So yeah, be careful. JavaScript is case sensitive. So okay, go here. Return the value of y, write the function variable, and add the numbers using the add function, for example 40, 50, and 60. Now save it, print this using the document.write, and can you see the output in front of you? It's returning 50. Okay, now use this chemistry here. Alright, so this is showing an error because I've not used the concatenation here. So I'll use the plus for addition. I save it, and here you go, it will show you the addition. Okay, so let's create one more function for their division. Use function and name it as percentage. Give the parameter total. Okay, so now create the variable z and write that z is equal to use the total function and divide it by 300 and multiply it with 100, so it will show you the percentage. Here I'll not use the return, so use the document.write and write z. It is not showing the result because I've not called my function. Alright, so go and call the function and print the sum value. Okay, so as you can see, it's giving a result. Cancel the sum function. Alright, so we get the result of 80. So as you can see, we first have the addition, then by calling the function we get the sum. Alright, so you can change the value as you wish. And yeah, so that's pretty much it for this lecture. And now on to the next one. In this lecture we'll learn about events in JavaScript. Alright, so events can be used to handle and verify user input, user actions, and browser actions. Things that should be done every time a page loads. Things that should be done when the page is closed as well. Okay, so the action that should be performed when a user clicks on a certain button, for example, that's when we need the event to happen, for example. So these are the following events in JavaScript: click, right click, double click, mouse hover, mouse out, mouse down, mouse up, key press, key up, load, unload, resize, scroll. So when we double click on our screen, some function runs, and likewise other events as well. In VS Code we'll learn how to use these events. Okay, so let's go to our VS Code. I'm writing a script, and now I'm creating a function. After creating a function, I'll give it a name of fun. Now I'm putting a function of document.write. Alright, so after typing document.write, I'm making a function with the name of hello world. It didn't run because I didn't call it, so I'll have to call it, and here you go, it prints hello world. Now, I want it to happen without any HTML tag. That's why I'm putting a button here and writing click here in it, and I save it. Now, in this button we're going to add the events which we're exploring in this lecture. So we're gonna learn about events by using this button. So I want to perform a non-click functionality. So that's why I'm writing here onClick, and now calling my fun function. I save it. Alright, so now when I'm clicking on click here, it prints hello world. Okay, now using the alert and writing hello, if I click on this button, then it's showing me the alert. This is happening because I used the onClick event. Whenever I click on this button, my function code will run with this click. Alright, so now we'll use the double click. You always have to write on with the event when you have to perform a certain functionality. So I write on db click, then I save it. And as you can see, this is happening because it's been refreshed. So if I click on click here, it will not run. But if I double click there, then it will run. So if I write right click on text menu and I save it, now right click here and it will run the function. Alright, so now we'll learn about the mouse over. We won't type my mouse over. Instead, we'll use the on mouse and we'll press enter. So now just take a look at what's happening. Like when we move our mouse to click here, our function runs. Alright, now we have the mouse down, the mouse up as well. There is no big difference between them. Okay, so next you have the key press. I'm typing a paragraph here with the name of hello world. I'm cutting this event and I paste it here. So I'm choosing the key press, I save it. And as you can see, I didn't type on key press. That's why my function didn't run. So now I'll correct it. And if I press on any key from my keyword, my function will run. Alright, so you'll not be able to understand here properly what's happening, but once you practice it and use it enough in your own program, in your own code editor, you will of course have a much better understanding of all these different functionalities. Alright, next you have the up key event. Like the function will run when you press the up key. Okay, then we have the load and unload event. The function will run when your screen loads or unloads. Let's do the resize event. So we wrote on resize and saved it. By resizing my screen, my function is running. When adjusting the screen, whether it is too big or too small, my function is still running. Okay, so now it's time for the scroll event. Scroll will not be visible because the words are not enough. Alright, so if I'm writing, let's say, lorem 1000, I save it. And now we get the function. Okay, so I'm typing unscroll. And when I'm scrolling, my function is running, as you can see in front of you. So basically, that's how we can run the events in JavaScript. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so in this lecture we'll learn about loops. Like how does a loop works? What is the role of a loop? Alright, so let me give you an example before starting. First of all, if I create here a script and try to print document.write statement with the string nothing, and here, as you can see, it's been printed. Now, if I want it to be printed 100 times, I have pasted now, and you can see it running here. Okay, so if I put the break, BR, then you can see a break here. Alright, but now, with the help of loops, it can be quite different. By using loops, we can do this work very easily. Like, we can do it in a repetitive manner without having to do anything manually. Like, if you want to repeat any statement a certain number of times, then we can do it with the help of loops. We have some types of loops like the while loop, the do while loop, the for loop, the for each loop, etc. So with the help of loops, the first thing we have is initialization. So we first have the initialization. How will we do the initialization? Let's see how. So first I write var a equal to 20 and then I'll save it. This is my initialization. After doing the initialization, we have a condition. I wrote while, clicked on while statement, and we'll make the condition here. For example, I put 1 here and I make a condition that a is less than or equal to 100. Now I'm printing a statement, document.write, with string hello, and I save it. Look here, we see that nothing is printed. Alright. The reason why it didn't print, it's because when we make the loop, we have 3 things. The first is the initialization. This is my initialization. we always have two conditions, like true or false. If our condition is false, then it will be out of the loop. If it's true, then we'll have two things, either increment or decrement. Okay, so we already talked about increment and decrement before. If I write a equal to a plus 1, this means that we have like an increment. Our statement will be true. If the statement is true, then we'll see an increment. Can you see? Like my statement has been printed here 100 times. It means that my statement has been printed till my statement was true, and when it started false, then it stopped from being printed. The moment we get a false condition, we exit the loop. We exit the while loop. Okay, so I put the br tag here, so it has break here, and here I'm saying a equal to 1. And here I made a condition that a is less than or equal to 100. It shows that it's been printed till it reaches 100. So if I replace it here with 99 and save it, then it's been printed twice. Okay, so once it is 99 and the other is when it is 100. Like when the statement go beyond 100, then it is wrong, and this is this is how we can print our statement. That's basically how it works. Okay, so here for example we can include like more things, we can include some additional things here. I wrote a, I put a bracket here, I put plus here, I replaced it with 1, and it started printing like this till 100. Okay, so we put space here, and yeah, like we got a difference. So when the value got 100, like when the value reached 100, it stopped. Everything stopped. If I replace, let's say 100 with 110, then it runs till 110. So that's basically how the while loop works. It keeps on running and running and running until it reaches like a certain threshold, until it reaches a certain limit. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. Alright, so in the previous lecture we learned about how we can print the statement several times by using the while loop. But in this lecture we'll learn about the do while loop. So basically there's just one difference between the while loop and the do while loop. First of all, I'm doing the initialization of my loop. So I'll say a equals to 1 and I save it. This is the initialization. Now I write do and I click on do while loop statement. This is how we got our statement. Okay, now I'll put some words in the document.write, typing meta brains, and I save it. Okay, now see, I did not do any increment or decrement, and yeah, still my meta brain has been printed because of the do while loop. So despite of not having done any increment or decrement, we still have the meta brains being printed out because of the do while loop. So basically the difference between the do while and the while loop is that in the while loop our condition gets checked, then our loop starts. But in the do while loop, the statement we have printed, it will run first, and after that our condition will be checked. So we first run the statement, and after that our condition will be checked. Okay, so now I'm making a condition. So I'll make a condition of a is less than or equal to 20. I save it, and now you can see that my document is continuously running. The reason why this is happening is because we did not do any increment. So now I'll close this document and open it again, but still it keeps on running. Alright, so the solution is that I'm doing an increment. In the last lecture we saw the increment differently. So previously I identified my increment with a++. So we can define the increment with a equals to a plus 1 or a++. Now, the statement will not run, so we'll have to close it, and now it's finally running according to my condition. Alright, now have a look at MetaBrains. I'm putting a plus and a small bracket. And now, as you can see, it's been printed 20 times. When it went above 20, it stopped printing, as my loop condition was till 20. Alright, so the only difference between the do while loop and the while loop is that in the while loop, the condition will be checked first, and then we would have to do the increment. But in the do while loop, once the statement has been printed, then the condition will be checked, and lastly we'll have to do the increment. Alright, so that's basically how it works. That's basically how the do while loop works. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so in the last two lectures we learned about the while loop and the do while loop, but now we learn about the for loop. So let's see how we can use it and why we should use it. Alright, so let me create a syntax of the for loop, and as you can see, it automatically shows all the syntax of the for loop in my VS Code. So the benefit of VS Code is obviously, as you can see, that it generates the syntax for us. So it does like lots of the hard work for us. So we just have to click on like some predetermined syntax which VS Code offers to us. Alright, so now I'm removing this, as we have no such need right now. So let's talk about the for loop. Mostly developers use for loop instead of the do while loop or the while loop. So I'm telling you the reason why they use the for loop. Let me show you actually why. So first of all, var a equals to 1. Now make a condition of a is less than or equal to 10. Do an increment of a++ and save it. Now I'm typing document.write and printing my statement with the string hello world. Now my hello world has been printed 10 times. Now here I want to help you understand like why mostly developers use the for loop. So let me open my while loop as well. And here, as you can see, the while loop, I'm replacing it with 10 and I save it. So I've split my screen now. This is my for loop syntax and this one is my while loop syntax. In the while loop, I did the initialization, and after that I made a condition, and then I write document, and then I implemented it. So this was our while loop syntax, which is like a little bit lengthy, I would say, for developers. However, in the for loop, I did this work with just 2 lines of code rather than 4 lines. So with the use of just 2 lines, we were able to do the same thing to achieve the same result. I did the initialization, as you can see, then I gave it the condition, and then I implemented it in just 1 line. Alright, and then I printed my statement, and yeah, so basically, as you can see, it gives us the same thing. Alright, so that's the reason why developers use mostly the for loop and not the other ones. Alright, yeah, basically because it saves them a lot of time, it's more compact and convenient. Alright, so that was it for the for loop, and now on to the next lecture. Alright, so now let's explore the topic of nested loop in this lecture. So nested loop is all about making loops in loops, which means that we're making a loop again and again inside the loop, and we're printing the statement. Alright, so I will use one loop, and I will print my numbers in different lines. Okay, so as you can see, I'll display 1 to 10, then after 10 our statement will move to the next row till 20, and so on. Okay, so firstly I'm making the for loop, after that I'm deleting this context, I'm putting var a equals to 1, then I'm making a condition of a is less than or equal to 100, and I save it. Now, I will do the increment. Previously I used to do a plus 1, meaning that I'm adding 1 after every value, but now I want it to add 10 after every value. That's why I'm putting a plus 10. Alright, so let me run this function for you. I'm printing my statement, document.write, with the name a and putting a break, 1, 11, 21. Every line is showing as expected, but I want first line 1 to 10, then the next line to be 11 to 20, then the next line is 21 to 30 till 100. But for this I need to use a nested loop. Okay, so we'll make a loop into a loop. So right now I'm deleting this line, and here I'll make another loop in this for loop. So I'm copying it, I'm pasting it. So now replacing var a with var b, which is equal to a. This means that my var b is equal to a, and I'm making a condition that b is less than a plus 10, which means that I have made a condition and implemented in it. Along that, I incremented b again and again. Okay, so this means that I'm printing after every variable. Okay, so nothing is displayed here because I didn't add document.write statement. Okay, let me explain again. So what's happening? I made a variable b which is equal to a, and this means basically that the value a and b is similar, i.e. 1, and then I made a condition that the value of b is equal to 1, so 1 will be added with 10, and after that I'll print the value of b in the document.write. I save it, and as you can see my value has now been printed. I'll add the concatenation of plus and break, and now you can see that it's showing in one line, but if we want to show it in a different line, we'll use the document.write statement and we'll use the break. Now my values are displaying in one line. If I remove this equal, still it's not displaying because there was a mistake apparently. So I've put the break here, that's why it's happening. When I remove and save it, it's showing one line. If I add a space, it's showing a space there, and as you can see, in this way we can print our numbers. In this lecture we'll learn about arrays. So in the first few lectures, while learning about the data types, we discussed about the arrays as well, but not in depth. So arrays are basically just another data type. Okay, so why do we use arrays and what is its role? Okay, let me explain to you. So basically, now I'm creating a variable of a equals to 10. This means that there is a variable name called a whose value is 10. But if I have to add multiple values, then how would I do that? I will write 20 and 30 here, and I'll save it. And here it's showing an error because this is not a valid method. If I have to store multiple values in any variable, I have to use arrays. Arrays is used to store multiple values and one variable. I've made a variable with the name of array. We put the bracket. I will insert the value inside of it. If I want the numbers, then I will insert the number 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. I'll save it. And this is how it looks like. This is my array. This is how an array looks like. If you check its data type, will be shown as object. So that's what I told you in the previous lectures, that whenever we check an array's data type, it is shown as object just in JavaScript, but in other languages it's called array. In JavaScript it will show as an object. So if we print it, the result will be like that. I'm writing document.write, I will print array. Now, see, my array has been printed. If I create a loop now, and how to show it with the help of loop. Alright, so now before starting the loop, let me explain to you one thing. The values that you see here, like the 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, if you wanna extract them, or let's say if you want to call them in JavaScript, then you would have to use the index, like, you know, the index. For example, if you use the index 0, it means that you're using like the position 0 in this array. You're requesting that JavaScript shows you the value of 10. So 0 relates to 10. If you use, for example, the index of 1, then you will get 20. Okay, So now I'm writing document.write, then I write array, I'll put this bracket, I'll insert 0, and as you can see, we have the 10 here, which has been displayed. If I insert the index of 6, it means like the position of 6 will get the corresponding value, which is 70. And that's how we operate in an array. That's how we think. That's how we extract values according to their index positions. So normally you would say that they are sorted as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But in JavaScript, the first value is 0. The first index is 0. So if you want to call the value of 10, then you would have to use the index of 0. If you want to call the value of 20, you would have to use the index of 1. Alright, now we'll make a loop. We'll make a for loop. I told you that always use the for loop because it's easy to make the initialization and condition in just one line. So I will make var with the name of a with the value of 0 and the condition of a is less than or equal to 5. So what will be the meaning of this value? It means a is equal to 0. I've assigned this to it. A is less than or equal to 5 means that till whenever a is less than or equal to 5, these values will keep on showing. We do not count the values of 5 like this. We count the value 5 in these arrays like 0, 1, 3, 4, 5 till 60. It means that till 60, until my value is equal to my target value, my loop will continue on running and running and running. Okay, so now let me do the increment in it, a++. My increment has been done and will display my file. Okay, so I wrote document.write here, then I printed my value a in the variable named array. Now it's showing here, I'm putting a break here, I've put a concatenation here, and now see that the break has been done. As you can see, the break has been done. And that's basically how you can use arrays. Okay, so now if you want to write it in a different form, so you can do that by using the HTML tag. That is also not a difficult way of doing it. So to do that, I'll go below this variable and we'll type document.write. Then I'll write UL and save it. Here, I'll have to put tags. I'll copy it, I paste it here. Now I want to display it in the LI. Okay, so how will we do that? I'll copy it, I'll paste it here. Here it's necessary to put the concatenation sign. I'll put the LI here, and now I'm removing this break because it will come automatically in the break. Because I'm using the LI, then I'll save it. Now you see it's showing in a list form. Okay, so in this way we can display arrays by combining them with the HTML tags. But when you use events and call the HTML tags, it will work automatically. That's the advantage. So that was it for the arrays. That's how you can display the arrays in loops. And yeah, that was it for this lecture. And now on to the next one. In the previous lecture, we learned about how to create an array, but now we'll learn how to delete and modify the values in an array. For example, if I make a variable and assign to it a certain value, then I add some values. I'm adding a name Joe, as you can see. Inside of it, I'm adding a value, then I'm adding a name Dan. I'll print a using document.write. Now it has printed this. Okay, so now if I want to modify some values from these, we'll put a break and a concatenation sign. Now whatever I'll print it will show in the next line. I want to change the value of the first entry. So how can I do it? I'll type a, which is my variable, putting bracket. I write its index value. The index values are 0, 1, 2. So I want to change the index to 0. I write here Munib, I save it. I'll copy it again, I'll print it, I save it. And see the value I had, 0 has been changed to Munib. So this is how you can change the index value in JavaScript. If you want to delete any value, then how we can do that? let's say, for example, I want to delete the 50 value that you see here in front of you. I write delete, then the variable, and then the value which I want to delete, then I save it. Here I'll print using the document.write again, I save it, and as you can see, it missed my value of 50 because it's been deleted. Okay, so now pay attention to this. If I try to print the index value, which I have deleted, then this is what you get. So here I'll display my value 1 and it's showing undefined. This is what you'll get because we've already deleted that array value. So what's the main role of modify and delete in an array? The main use is that when we already define any array and we want to change the value, we do it by modifying and deleting that value in JavaScript. So if we already defined an array and we want to change a value, we simply need to use the modify and delete functions in JavaScript. Alright, so that was it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. We've already learned so much on arrays, like how to make it, what's its syntax, what are the indexes, and what are its uses, and how we can do the modifications and delete some stuff, but there's much more to it. So, array has a lot of methods. An array is a data structure which can store a fixed size collection of elements of the same data type. That's what an array is. So, if you remember what we talked about previously, you should be very familiar with the following definitions. So basically, an array is used to store a collection of data, but it's often more useful to think of an array as a collection of variables of the same type. Alright, so we have different types of array methods. First, we will do sort and reverse. We'll do each method one by one. Okay, so now I'm going to my VS Code. Now I'm in my VS Code, I'll make an array, and in the array I'll specify the data. I'll save it, then here I'll display the data. I'll print my array, I save it. Now here it's showing, as you can see in front of you. So the sort and reverse which we saw in the presentation, I'll show you how to use it. So here I'll select my array. I'll write sort, I'll save it. Now, as you can see, my statement did not run, so I'll have to run it again. I'll write my array A and I save it. Now, I'm putting a break here, then the concatenation. Now, as you can see, it's showing in a sequence, in an alphabetic sequence. The one with A will be on the top, and the one with B will be the next one, and so on. So I'm putting here A, B, C. Now I'm copying it, I'm pasting it, I'm putting D, E, F, then I save it. Now, as you can see, it's showing here. So basically, what I just did was to arrange it by myself. So here, as you can see, I'm doing F, and then here I do A. The above statement changed, but the lower statement did not change. Why? Because there, I've used the sort function. We have one more function, reverse. In the reverse function, the array gets bold. So as you can see, my array has been reversed. This is how we can arrange in a sequence while using the arrays. Alright, so that was it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In this lecture, we'll learn two new methods with the names pop and push. In the previous lecture, we learned about sort and reverse, but in this lecture, we'll learn about pop and push methods. So let me show you how it works. Okay, so first of all, I'm deleting all of this, making a new variable with the name of X. I'll make an array, and then I'll put some names like Ben, Trump, and after Trump, I'll make another variable called Munib, and I save it. Here, I'm getting some error. Now it's alright, so here I'm displaying X with document.write. Now I save it. Okay, so now I'll do the pop and push. If I write x.pop, then its result will be the following. So it will delete the last value of my array automatically. So I'll have to print it again. Here I'm printing it, and here I'm putting a break. and as you can see here, it's been deleted, like my last value has been deleted. Alright, so this is the pop method and how we can delete our last value. But if you want to add in it, we'll write x.push, and I have to give a value in it. So I'm giving a value of Denley. I have to print it again. I save it. Denley has been printed automatically, so we can do something like this in modify and delete method, which we studied before. So mostly when we move to some sort of profession level coding, we have to use these methods. So by using these methods, our work will look more professional, and all the functions which are in demand in the market will be used. Alright, so furthermore, we can do it by deleting the following, but sometimes we do not have to delete our values, so depending on what we're trying to achieve. Alright, so we used a new method by adding a new value, and by doing this, if we need to use a previous value, we do not need to delete the new ones. Alright, so that was it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In this lecture, we'll learn two new methods with the names pop and push. In the previous lecture, we learned about sort and reverse, but in this lecture, we'll learn about pop and push methods. So let me show you how it works. Okay, so first of all, I'm deleting all of this, making a new variable with the name of x. I'll make an array, and then I'll put some names like Ben, Trump, and after Trump, I'll make another variable called Munib, and I save it. Here I'm getting some error. Now it's alright, so here I'm displaying x with document.write. Now I save it. Okay, so now I'll do the pop and push. If I write x.pop, then its result will be the following. So it will delete the last value of my array automatically. So I'll have to print it again. Here I'm printing it, and here I'm putting a break. And as you can see here, it's been deleted, like my last value has been deleted. Alright, so this is the pop method and how we can delete our last value. But if you want to add in it, we'll write x.push, and I have to give a value in it. So I'm giving a value of Denley. I have to print it again. I save it. Denley has been printed automatically, so we can do something like this in modify and delete method, which we studied before. So mostly when we move to some sort of profession level coding, we have to use these methods. So by using these methods, our work will look more professional, and all the functions which are in demand in the market will be used. Alright, so furthermore, we can do it by deleting the following, but sometimes we do not have to delete our values, so depending on what we're trying to achieve. Alright, so we used a new method by adding a new value, and by doing this, if we need to use a previous value, we do not need to delete the new ones. Alright, so that was it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In our previous lectures, we used these methods: the sort, the reverse, the pop, and the push. But now we'll use the shift and unshift. So we'll check every method one by one. And by doing so, our concept can be clear. Okay, so if we used every method at a time, some concepts can be missed, so we should check it one by one. Alright, so the shift and unshift have the same link with pop and push, but they work in an opposite manner. Let's see how it works. So how the shift and unshift work. Alright, so I'm in my VS Code now. I'm making an array called Z, and then I write the values of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I save it. Now I'll print by writing document.write, and then I put a break here. Okay, so now I'll use my shift method. I'll use the shift method. Then I'll have to copy and paste it so that it would print again. Okay, so now what happened after using the shift is that my first value is deleted, as you can see. In the pop and push method, when we talked about it previously, by using the pop, our last value was deleted, but by using the push, we added a new value. So basically, it adds in the last one. Now, the difference between the shift and unshift method is that when we use the shift, our first value gets deleted, and for the unshift, let's see how it works. So I'm just trying unshift, and I add 13, so our 13 value has been added at the start, as you can see in front of you. So this is how it works. This is the use of shift and unshift, which is the opposite of pop and push that we saw previously. Alright, so that's pretty much it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In this lecture, we'll learn about two new methods, the concat and the join methods. Alright, so what is the function of concat and join? Concat function is to merge multiple arrays in one array. That's the functionality of the concat. It is to merge multiple arrays in one array. So let's see how it works. Here I'm creating two arrays. And the first one I'll populate it with the name of Munib, and then I'm copying it, I paste it here. These are the string numbers 20 and 30, I save it. Now I'll print these two using the document.write. So I want to print A and B. Both have been printed with each other, but how to print it by using the array method, let's see. So to do that, I'll make a new variable C. I'll write a.concat B, meaning that A and B will merge together and display in one array. I save it. Okay, so actually it's not displaying because I did not use the document.write to display the C variable. Okay, so look, now it is working apparently as it is. Okay, so I'll now check the join method, how the join method works. So to do that, I'll make a new variable D and join the C. The basic function of join is that it removes the commas in the arrays. So apparently it did not work because we did not print it and save it. Alright, so now as you can see, it did not work because I missed something. I'll put a /. Okay, so actually the mistake is what's the mistake? Alright, so the mistake is that I did not put the D while printing D. So here I got the /. If I remove the / and put space, then it will show the space. I'll put the concatenation break and save it. And as you can see, due to the concat, both are now attached. That's the use and the objective of the concat method, is just to concatenate, to join pieces together, to join objects together. Alright, so as you can see, the concat display two arrays in one array, and also join them by removing the commas in the array. Alright, so that's pretty much it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In this lecture, we'll use the slice and splice method on arrays. Alright, so before using these array methods, let me tell you one thing. You know that we used a lot of array methods in the previous lectures, but the problem is that you have to know when to use them. And to know exactly like when you need to use a specific method on an array, the best is first of all to learn everything, like all the methods that you can use, and then when you practice with some exercises, you will better understand and you will have a better view regarding like which array to use and when to use it. Alright, so methods of arrays are mostly used to retrieve any data or storing any data. Alright, so we'll learn the slice and splice here. So first of all, I'll create a variable. I make it an array where I'll start inserting the names Doe, Ben, Payman, Joe, Munib. Here I made my array. After making the array, I'll display it. So why do we use the slice and splice? Basically, we've learned about the pop and push. we learned about the shift and unshift. So yeah, as you remember, we can delete and modify the first and last value, but now I want to show you how we can manage the center of the array, like the central value. To do that, we'll use the slice. So I'll make a variable b. I'll assign my first array, I'll call it slice. The role of the slice is that from where my value gets started, so if I write 2 here, I save it, no value will be displayed because I did not use the document.write. Alright, so now I see that my value did not display because I did not use b. I save it, and now as you can see, my value starts with 2. So this is 0, 1, 2. My last values have been deleted. If I use 3 here, then my 2 values will be displayed. Alright, so you'll have to understand these concepts. Then you'll be able to do any big project that clients give you to work on. Alright, so if I write -3, then it will run according to -3. If I write -2, then it will run according to -2. And after this, we have the splice method. So what happened with the splice is that we can add our values in the center. If you want to add a new name in the center, then we can do it by using the plus. I write a.splice. This is my last array and we'll define it. After that, I write 2 and 0, meaning that on my 2 and 0 index, new values should add. Alright, so what value I want to add? I want to add a value named Saba, and here Quran. I save it, I display it. Alright, so now here my new values of 2 and 0, as you can see, correspond to Saba and Quran. They have been added. Alright, so if I want to change my index value to 3 and 4, now see it. It's been 3 and 4, and my Joe and Munib have been cancelled. So that's pretty much it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. Okay, so in this video, we'll talk about the isArray method. So, the isArray method determines whether the passed value is an array. It's quite simple. So in other words, this method is used to check the data type of the passed value and tell us if it's an array. So it will simply tell us if we have an array in front of us or not. Okay, so here I'll create a variable and take some numbers in it and initialize the array, and then I make one more variable and write array. So isArray in it. I use document.write and print the value of b. I save it, and it's showing true because this is an array. And if I remove it by using the comment, so make one more variable and take the number data type, save it. Now it's showing false because this is a number data type and not an array. So that's why we're getting false. If you want that, if your function is an array, it should run the statement, otherwise it displays a false statement. So you can do this as well. I'll use here the if-else statement and give a condition in the if statement with a. I save it. I remove the comments from one statement, and in the document.write I print this is an array, and as you can see it's displaying the statement. Okay, so now if I remove the comments from the two statements and I put it in one statement, so this is showing nothing. Alright, so now in the else condition document, write out this is not an array, save it, and yeah, so this is how you can use the isArray method in JavaScript. In this lecture, we'll learn how to use the index of and the last method. Alright, so how can we do it? How can we use those methods? Alright, so let's see. Alright, so I'm making a variable a. I'll make an array. I put some name here, Munib, Asim, Ali. And again, I use the word Munib. So how index of work? Alright, so you need to understand that after using Munib, I'll use Saba and save it. No need to print it. I'll make a new variable name B, and then I'll select a.indexOf. IndexOf is used for searching the array's content, and yeah, so basically by using the indexOf method, on which point we'll get the indexOf value. I'll type Ali and save it, and now I'll print it. Okay, so after writing document.write, I'll print my B statement. I put the concatenation and the break. It's showing 2 because Ali is on the second index, is on the index 2. So basically 1, 0, 1 and 2. I'll print it as well. I copy it, I paste it, I gave the space, I wrote the A, and as you can see, here we have 2 munibs that have been used. So when I write munib will show in front of you, it's showing 0, but you want to find this one as well. So to do that, we'll have to go with the index value from a starting index. So I'm giving 1, and now as you can see, it's showing me index of 3, because I specified that index searching should start from a seam. So the next munib after a seam will be shown. If I take another munib here and I save it, as you can see now I'll start from 4, I save it, and now it's showing me the 5 index. So in this way we can find our index from the indexOf method, and we have the last indexOf as well. So on the screen in front of you, you can see that our index value work in an opposite manner as compared to the indexOf method. So look here, for example, it prints 3. And yeah, so that's how we can use these methods to search for our elements in an array. And now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we learn about the for each method. For each is mostly used in making the for each type loop. It can be included into a loop concept, and we can use it in an array method as well. So now I'll specify my variable to use the for each method. You need to be careful that whenever we use the for each, you have to keep the E as a capital letter. Okay, so now I'll make my function. The reason of creating this function is that the for each loop will not work without it. That's why we need this function. Alright, so now I'll give a name to this function. After giving it the name, I'll give it a value. So a value named parameter. After giving the value, I'll write document.write and we'll give a value. So after giving a value, I'll put a break so that my statements will display on the next line. Alright, so now I want to have my index value displayed. So I'll give an index in parameter, and I will also print my index value in the document.write. Now I'll put the concatenation here. Putting the concatenation will show us some space, as you can see here, and will make things displayed in a much more beautiful manner. Alright, so this is how it's being displayed. I'll give it some space in the concatenation and see how it looks. As you can see, that's how it's displayed. Okay, so I'll put a bracket here, but actually I'm not putting the bracket because I'll have to put commas again, so it's fine for now as it is. And that's pretty much it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. Alright, so now we'll see our new methods, toString, valueOf, and fill. ToStrings is basically used so that we can change the array in string. So, for that, first of all, I'll make a variable called A. I'll insert the value in it. I'll give it a numeric value so that I'll not have to write much. I have given 20, 60, 70 as values. After that, I'll print my statement using document.write. So my statement has been printed. Now I'll use the toString method to make my array into a string. Now I'll print this statement. The statement will be printed the same, but it will be as strings, not as array of numbers. So these values are seen together. That's why I'm putting a break here so that my values move to the next row. Now you can see both statements. So what's the difference between these two statements? The first statement is an array and the second one is a string. When we change the array into a string, then we cannot use the array method on that string. So sometimes while using JavaScript, we need to change array into a string, so we use the toString method that time. This method is mostly used to print an array statement, just like we do in the document.write. So the same as we do with the value of, it's mostly not being used, it's just for the information that how to use value of. So we don't have to work like this. Alright, it's just for our information, like for information purposes only. Alright, so now we'll use the fill method. So to use the fill method, I'll select my variable and I'll write fill. Fill is mostly used when we have to add our values. So as you can see here, there is a dot. If I write the value, then it would be printed 3 times, as you can see it in front of you. So as it is, it's being printed 3 times. It will override the previous value. And if I print hello, it will be printed 3 times as well. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll see the include method. The include method is used when we make a lengthy array and forget which values we used in our array. To do that, we use the array method that helps us to find our values of array. Alright, so as you can see in front of you, I'm making a variable here, and you can take the numeric value or strings. It depends on you. So I'm taking the numeric values, I save it. Here I'm writing document.write, I print my A, I put the concatenation and the break, I save it. Now as you can see, my values have appeared. So now I'll make another variable in which I write a.include. So I wrote the value of 30, I saved it, I'm copying it, I paste it here, and then I save it. So here I did not change my variable. Now I change it, I save it. Alright, next. As you can see, it's displaying the value of 30, so apparently I did a mistake. Sometimes even professional coders also do this mistake, so I took all the numeric values in my array. Now, when removing the inverted commas and saving it, my values have been drawn because we took the numeric values. Alright, so now if I take string as 30, I save it. So I get this value because I took the value string and the numeric. That's why it's finding this one. Alright, so whenever we want to find which value we give in our array, then we can use the include method, as it is a very useful method in JavaScript. Alright, so that was it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In this lecture, we'll learn about sum and every. Sum and every methods are used when we make an array and want to check the values inside of these arrays. So the process is a little bit lengthy. First, we'll have to make a function, then we'll return the value, then the value gets a return. So let me show you how it works. I'll make a variable with the name of A, I'll make an array in it. So I'm taking the numeric values of 10, 2, 15, 18, 20, I save it. I'll print this array, I'll write document.write, I print it, and I'm putting the break here, and now it's displaying this. So here I'll make another variable and identify it with B. I'll call the previous array. Here I'll have to write sum because we are using the sum method. So to do that, we'll have to make a function. I'll name the function check value, and in that we make the parameters of name A, we save it. Alright, so now I'll make a return value. So that's what should I return. A will make a return value, that's what should I return. If the age is greater than or equal to 18, then I get the value in true and false. So here I'm writing the name of the function check value. Now I'll print my statement. So now I'm copying it, I paste it, I print my variable B, I save it, and it's showing true. Why true? I think you understood why I used it. So now I'll come to the next session. The problem would be in the check value and the function that That's why I made this function. So mostly the sum and every method works in this function. That's why we made the function. Okay, so identify the function with the name and give it the parameters. So after giving parameters, it has to return a value. You can use any method, the comparison method. I took the comparison operator. In this case, it's a greater than or equal to 18. So it means that when it will check my array and see that there is any value which is greater or equal to 18, we'll have two values, and I'm making these values less than 17. I save it. So now, as you can see, it's printing the false values. Okay, but if I take any value above 18 or 18, then it will show me true. So this was our sum method, but if we use the every method, then it's showing false. So I'm changing it to 20, still I'm getting false. Alright, so now I'll take all the values of 18 or greater than 18, and now my statement is true because in each one of them it checks all the values, so all the values should be true. If any value is false, then it will print false. In summary, when it takes the correct value, it makes our statement true, but in every method in which all the values should be true, then it will print true. And now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll see how our find and find index methods are used in arrays. Alright, so in the sum and every method, we were running our statement and it was showing the value in the true and false. But in the find method, we have to get our value which we have used in the array. It's somehow like sum and every, but the difference is that whatever we find, we get that as a result. Like whenever we find it, we get that as a result. Okay, so now I have these values as you can see in front of you. I took this code related to the last lecture, which we used in sum and every. So let me show you like what I'll do. I'll put a find here. I save it. Now, as you can see, it's printed the value greater than 18 or equal to. It's printing the first value. Now, I'm changing all the values. I'm putting 15, 16, 17, 18. And now, as you can see, it's printed the 18th value. So if I change it to 17, as you can see, it's printed the value greater than 18 or equal to. So that's how it's showing the value which we are looking with the help of this method. So if we are searching for a specific value, that's how you do it. The value it feels is right will print that statement first. So in this way, we can find our values by using the find method. The find index and the find method is similar, but the only difference is that it displays the index value. So the find index is similar to the find method, but the only difference is that it displays the index value. So now we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It is on the 4, so it will show us 4. So it's on the fourth one, as you can see, so that's why it shows us 4. If I write 20 here, it shows us 2. So this is how you can use the find and find index method for in JavaScript. And now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll check the filter method. So in the previous lectures, we talked about the sum, the every, the find, and the find index methods. In the sum and every method, it prints the value that was true or false. We also saw that in the find method, we found that if the value is true, it would be displayed, and by using the find index, it can also show the index of the value. But now we want all the values that are true to be displayed. Like here, for example, my two values are true, so I'll use the filter method here. Now my two values which were true have been displayed. If I write the 50 here, it will also be displayed. If I make my statement less, like for example 10, then all of them are displayed as you can see. So in the filter method, if my values are true, it will display, but when it is not like this, let's see how it works. So let's see when I change my condition, it will not display as you can see. So if I use the every method here, it's showing the false statement. If I make my statement 50, it's not showing true. So I'll have to make another variable to solve this issue. Basically, we do not need to do it right now, but you got the idea. That's how you can use the filter method in JavaScript. And now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll learn about objects, like what an object is, how we can use an object in JavaScript, what's the role of an object, and what is the syntax of an object. In the previous lecture, we learned about objects and their syntax, but we did not use them properly. We did not use all of its functions. So in this lecture, we'll learn about it deeply. As you can see here, I'm making a variable with the name A, then we'll put this bracket, and whatever we write here, as you can see, it will be the data of the object. It will be printed as an object. But let me tell you one thing again, that arrays and objects are similar in JavaScript. It uses arrays as an object. So basically, what you see here is an array, but in JavaScript, an array is shown as an object, and the object is shown as an object. But in other programming languages, like the array will be displayed as an array, and the object will be displayed as an object. So there is a distinction. But in JavaScript, we don't really separate them, and we just say that we have like this object in front of us. Alright, so here I'm taking the argument of name. I'll paste Ben, and here we'll write L name, which means like last name. Then I'll put the semicolon, then I'll write Joe, then I'll give the age of 30, then I'll give the email of someone at gmail.com. So I've given an email as well. So now I'll print this using the document.write. Now, as you can see, I did this on purpose because I wanted to show you, and I wanted to tell you that whenever you print your object like this on your browser, your object will be displayed as an object instead of its data. So that's what will be displayed. It will be displayed as an object instead of its data. Alright, so for displaying it, there are two ways. If you want to display it, you will write console.log. After that, you can write print A. Now open your console log and see that my object can be seen here. Email, first name, last name, and age, everything has been displayed. But we have done everything on our browser, so we do not need the console log. You can do it by both the document.write and the console log. Console log is used if you write like the wrong codes. If I identify the variable B, you can see it. It's showing like an error. And when we make any mistake, the console log show us the error, that is in which line we have an error. Like which line we have the error, it will show us. Alright, so it's showing us that I have an error in the 18th line, and it's saying that the B variable is not defined. So I've corrected it, and as you can see, my object has been printed. If you want it on your browser, like on your web page, then what's the way to do it? Like how you can do it? We have to write variable, and we will write the date of the object which we want to print. So as you can see, I wrote the dot name, I saved it, and as you can see, Ben has been displayed. If I want to print the last name, it will print. If I want the email, it will print. And that's how you can print the data and the object, basically. Alright, now if you want to make an array in an object, then you can do it. First of all, I'll pass an argument, then I'll make an array with the name movies, and I'll print End Games, Spider-Man and Doom in it. I save it. If I want to print this array, then what will I do? So here I write movies, and as you can see, my array has been printed. But if you check it in the console, then it will be found in a different way. I'll have to write console.log, and we'll copy it, I paste it here, and now as you can see, that index has been shown as well. It has shown the length and everything. Okay, so I recommend you both ways, but it depends on your work and on what you're trying to achieve, like what you're doing. Alright, So now, if you're writing a lengthy code, you should use the console.log as something we make mistakes, and it's very time consuming to find the mistakes. So console log will help us to know like where the error is actually located, and yeah, we can run our code afterwards. Like after fixing the error, we can run our code again. Alright, if you want to make a function in an object, this is how you can do it. So here, as you can see, I'm passing an argument with the name of income. I'll write the function, and in function I'll return my value. The purpose of returning the value is that when I print this function, then a value should be printed. So what will I do? I'll print the function income. This is a keyword in a function, and when we have to call any argument in an object, then we use this keyword in our function. Alright, so this means that it goes into this variable. This A is the owner of this variable. We called this owner because the name and the last name have to return to the function with this method. Alright, so if I remove this, then we see that the function is going to run. I think it will show an error undefined, so let's see what happens. And here you go, it's saying last name is not defined, and displayed an error. Alright, so if you do not use this method, then it will show an error. If you want to call a function in an object and return a value of a function by the object, then you'll have to use this keyword. Okay, after that you have one more way for making the object, and it's relatively easy. As in this, we're taking everything in the object, which is very confusing. Now I'll comment this, I save it. I'll now make an object in a different way. So I make a variable first, and here I write like new, and you have to write object with capital letters like O. The O is capitalized. Okay, I already told you that it's a very sensitive language, so the JavaScript is a case sensitive language, so if you make any mistake in the spelling, then our code will not run. Alright, so all the things which you have done here will be outside the object as well. So how does it happen? Basically, I'll call first, and after that I'll write first name, I'll write Munib in it, I save it, and after that I'm copying it. I'll change the name to Sijad, and here I'll type the last name as well, and I save it. So now this is the last name, as you can see. I'm defining my age as well by pasting it here, so I define the age of 24. Now what will I do? I'm writing the age here. Okay, so I want to print these three using the document.write. If you want to do it by the console, then you can do it from it as well. So yeah, like whichever you like. And as I'm doing small tasks here, that's why I'm using this way. Like that's why you see what you see on the screen, because I'm doing just a very small task. Alright, so I write first, I'll select my age, meaning that I want to print my age here, then I save it, and as you can see my age has been printed. So if I do the console.log, in the console.log everything is defined well. Let me show you by commenting the above part. So by doing so, we can make our object as well. It's an easier way, as we're making things outside and then we're calling them and storing the data. Alright, so when we need to change things, we have to find them, and this makes it confusing sometimes. For example, like where is the first and last name, and where we have put the print argument, and so on. So making the object combined or separate is up to you. And now I'll save it. So here I comment it, and I'll uncomment this part. I save it, and now you can only see the array because I just printed the array in the console.log. Alright, so I'll print the variable, and now as you can see how beautiful everything is displayed, including the function and what's in the function. And yeah, so we have like pretty much everything that's displayed in front of us. There is no argument, color, and length. I just printed name. There is no prototype object. And yeah, so there are all the details of the function in my income. The array movies details have been shown as well. All the details have been shown in the console. You can read every single detail in it. And yeah, so this is the way, like that's how you can make objects in JavaScript. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so now in this lecture we'll see something related to objects. How we can use an array as an object. So now I'll make a variable called hello as an example. Now this is the syntax for arrays, but I want to make an object in array, so I'll put a bracket. Now I'll write my name, I save it, and then I specify the age, so let's say 24, I save it, and now my one object is done, so I want to make 3 objects. Now what will I do is the following. So I'm writing Anusha, her age of 30, and next like the name Ben and his age of 35, let's say. I save it. Now I'll print it. So printing has 2 ways. What I've told you before is that whatever object will try to print, it will not be printed directly. So I'll open it in the console.log. I'll write hello there, I save it, and now as you can see, I open the console log, and yeah, so as you can see, I'm showing my array but as an object. Now we can use an array as object. If I have to make a loop in it, I can make it. So how to do it? Let's see. I'm using the for loop. You already know why we use the for loop. So we use the for loop as it helps in making the increment, the initialization, and the condition in just one line. So I'll make a new variable, and now with this I've done the initialization by 0 and I save it. Alright, so A is less than student, so actually I'm changing the variable hello because it's so much irritating. So now I've given the name std, it means student. I'll use a keyword with the name of dot length so that it comes with the length that I've chosen. So like the first one, then the second, then the third name with print, and we'll do its increment. Then I print the std in the document.write as an array. Alright, so I want to display this array using a loop. The variable I made in the loop was with the name of A, and after A I wanted to print the names which I used. So I wrote the dot name, I saved it. It's showing an error because I did not replace the hello with std. So now I've corrected it, I save it, and as you can see, it's been displayed as my loop is also displayed. Alright, so I want to use now the break. I'll concatenate and put the break, I save it, and here you go, it's showing break. So if you want to display their ages here, in this process, first of all, I'll put the concatenate because I want a space. I'll copy it, I'll paste it here, I'll put it in another concatenation, I'll replace the name with age, I save it, and now we can see that the ages have been displayed as well. So this is how we can make object, an arrays, and display it using a loop. Alright, so that's pretty much it. You just have to remember these keywords, knowing how to use them, and you should also remember that our loop should run according to the dot length. And now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll learn about the final loop, which is the for-in loop. We've learned about the while loop, the do-while loop, the for-each loop, and now we'll learn about the for-in loop. So I'll use the for-in loop as an object, meaning that I'll run an object in it. For-in loop, you need to know the syntax of object. Why do we use an object and how to display it? Alright, so I'll take a variable with the name of A, I'll make an object. First name, Ben, I save it, I'll copy it, I'll write last name, John, I save it, and after that I'll take his age, I'm taking it as an example of 25, I save it, So what happened when you have to print A in the document.write, it will not be done directly, it will show us object. We can do it in the console.log, or we have to identify what's the first name and what's the last name. Okay, so you have to check everything one by one. If we don't want to use these things, so basically you'll just have to use like the for in loop. So what is the for in loop? Let me explain it to you in simple terms. So here I'm selecting the for in loop syntax. I'll remove this if part. So here the const is being used by default, so I'm removing it. I'll write variable, I save it. I'm replacing the object with the variable a, I save it. And now I just want to print like my object using the document.write. I'll write a, I save it. And here with a, I'll write key, I save it. And as you can see, my things have been displayed, like the age, the name, and everything else. So if I put a break here, then it will display with a break. I save it. Actually, it's external inverted commas. So the key is present here. What is the key? The name with which we assign our property is known as the key. I've assigned a key with the name of Ben. So how did I do that? I'm calling the first name key. So this statement means that in the for in loop, the variable goes to A, and after going towards A, it finds the keys from the first to the last. So this was my first key. It printed the first name, and the same with the second one, and then the age. Okay, so if you have more points, it will print them as well. So this is how we can print our variables by using the for in loop. Okay, so now I want to print my keys as well. What will the procedure be? I'll write key, I concatenate it and put some space, then I save it. And as you can see, my concatenation has been displayed. Putting the semicolons and saving it, we can see how the semicolons have appeared. Alright, so this is how you can print the values of our object by using the for in loop. We don't have to use our values again and again in the document.write. Alright, so that's pretty much it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In this lecture, we'll see the string method in JavaScript. So as you can see, we have all the string methods which we'll use in our lecture. I'll open my VS Code and show you one by one what are the string methods. Alright, so we'll use all of the string methods progressively. These are all the used string methods in the different tasks. We've studied some of them in the array method. The array methods and the strings methods are little related to each other, like length and include and slice and concat. So there's some like relationship between them. Sometimes it gets confusing, but it's not that hard actually. So as you can see, I created a variable and wrote the hello word inside of it. I saved it. Now I'll print it on the document.write. So now you can see my hello word. Okay, so first we'll use the length string method and we will see what result we'll get. Okay, so now I'll make another variable named b. I'll call my variable a and then I'll write length. I save it. I'll call my b variable. I save it. And now as you can see, what's the meaning of 11? In JavaScript, we have a method called length in string. And in string, we can check like how many words are there. And it will tell us automatically as we can see here. Alright, so if I just write something randomly, I save it. So see, it's 29 here. Like this, we can find our keywords. Alright, so definitely every method is being used for a different purpose. Like mostly sometimes you have to master some specific type of methods and some specific type of things in a project. So maybe you'll use one method and not the other. Okay, so we also have the two lowercase. So now I'll use, in this one, you have to write the capital L of lower. I'll save it. And now the whole hello word is small. So if I write this whole sentence in capital letters, it's still showing in small because I've used the two lowercase method. So this is a little CSS trick, like a little CSS combines things, but if you want to use the lowercase, it's also possible. So we can do this in the CSS script. But sometimes we need not to jump to CSS. Like we don't always need to go to the CSS file while working in JavaScript. That's why we used this method. So to stay focused and to stay in one single location, like in just this file. Alright, so now I'll do the uppercase. All my text will change to uppercase. As you can see, I used the uppercase, I saved it, and here you go, it changed to uppercase. So after doing that, we have include that you have studied earlier in the array. Like if you want to find something, we will find it from include. I will write include and we'll save it. And if I want to find something, I'll write from include, I'll write hello, I save it, and as you can see, it's showing false. So if I make H capital letters, then it's showing true. So this is how you can search for it. So we looked at this in the arrays. Okay. We also have starts with and end with. So in start with, if you want to find something in string, it's the same as include, but in include, we search for the whole word. But if you want to search for the small part, you can use just like start with. When I put the HE alone and save it, it's showing false because I did not try the H in capital letters. So now, as you can see, if I change that, it's showing me true. Okay, so if I write LO, it will be false because it's not the starts with. So starts with is just like a small method and it's very convenient and useful for us to use. Okay, so let's now see what happens like when we use the end with. I write LD in capitals, I save it, it's showing true. If I make the D smaller, then it will be false because my L is capitalized and the D is small. So if I want to find something, we can find it with the end with as well. Alright, so after that I'll search it. Like in the search, if my values are not coming, it will be displayed by the index number. So if I put the D alone and save it, like the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it's showing 10 because its index value is 10. Okay, so in the arrays we assume the first value is 0, but in the string it's showing the 10th value. Because in this string space we also assume as a value, because in this string space we also assume it as a value, and that's why it's showing the 10th index. Alright, so that's pretty much it. That's how we search for index numbers in our string. And now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we learn more about the methods in string, which are the match index, the index of, and the last index. So first of all, I'll make a variable and print the value of string. JavaScript is a great language. I did not put the equal, so I'm putting it now. I save it. I'll print my statement. Okay, so actually I'm not going to print the statement. I'm using my match method. I create a new variable with the name of b. I'll select my previous variable and I'll write match. The match method is mostly used when any word is getting used again and again in our string, so it changes into an array. Like for example, here I'm using the is twice here, and here I'm using the is and g, so we'll write is with the 2 slashes and then the g. G means it will search globally. It means that it will search in the whole string, and when it finds any value more than once, it will make its array. So how does it happen? Let's see how does it happen. So I'll write the document that tried. I'll print the value of b, I save it, and as you can see, it found the is twice and it has printed it. So now I put the a here, and as you can see, it has made a an array. So this is how we can make things into an array. Alright, so now if I write I, comma, it has changed the I into an array 3 times. So this is how we can use the match method. And after this, I'll use the index of method. So I'll copy this. Now I'll paste this and I save it. Now I'll use the index of method. The index of helps us to find the starting value. So I'm writing the is, I save it. And now it's showing that is on the 11th number index. If we calculate it from here, it's the 11th number index. So if I put A here, so A is on 1 because the 0 is 1. That's why it's displaying 1. Alright, so after that we can also use the last index of. Okay, by doing so you have to be careful that the I of the index and the O of the of should be capitalized. So I corrected the spelling of the last. So as you can see, it's showing 22. By following this method, it's printing the value of the last part. So if I include one more is, then it's showing 27. It's printing the value of the last part. Okay, so we can find the index of any value in our string with this method. Alright, so now we'll use the replace method. Now I've printed it, so for creating multiple cursors you have to press just on Alt, and then you have to click where you want to create the cursor. Okay, so as you can see, I've created 3 cursors here. Now what will I do? If I need to replace anything, I can do it. So I want to replace JavaScript with C++. I'll write JavaScript here, and since I want C++, instead of JavaScript, I'll write C++ in inverted commas. And I'll save it. And now I can replace the things I need to replace by using the replace method. So if I want to replace is with R, then I'll write is in inverted commas, then I'll put the comma, and then I'll write the R. So as you can see, I got is in the place of R. So if you want R in every place where we have the is, then we'll use the expression name R, and then I'll write globally so that it will be changed from everywhere. And I save it now. Okay, so as you can see, we got R. If I put the A, then it will change where we had the A. So this is how we can change our things by using the replace methods. And now on to the next lecture. In the previous lectures, you learned about the string methods. In this lecture, we'll look deeper into other string methods. So to do that, I'm using the trim method here. I'll show you how to use it. So first of all, I'll comment this line, and here I'll use the alert function. You can understand properly how to use it. So I use the alert. I put a variable A. If I put some space here and I save it, the space can be seen in front of you. So to remove this space, there is a method named trim. I'm removing this inside area, as you can see as well. I'm removing it, so I save it now. And now, as you can see in front of you, I trimmed this here, but I did not print the variable b, so I'll print my variable b. I'll save it, so this space will be removed. I refresh it again, and now, as you can see, my space has been removed. So this trim method is mostly used in the form text. In the form text, when the user submits his data, and if he accidentally puts some space, then to remove that space, the trim method is used. So after that we have the car AT and the car code AT. Usually we call them character at and character code at. So now I'll show you why we use them. So I'm commenting this part and I'm making a new one. Now I'm changing this one. I'm removing the alert function. I save it. And now, as you can see, this function has been printed here. So now, I'll use the character at function. This helps us to find the index value when we write something. So I wrote 20. It's displaying the index, which is on 20. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and so on. So it's displaying the one which corresponds to the 20th positions. Like the one that corresponds to the number 20. Okay, so if I put 3 here, I save it. It shows me A on the 3. So why it's showing me this? Because 0, 1, 2, 3. So if I put 2, then it will show me V. So this is basically how we can know what value we have on a certain number, on a certain position. So this is how we can use the car at. Okay, so right now, these things will not seem very important to you, but when we work on bigger projects, then the combination of these things are used. Like we'll combine so many concepts that we studied together, and you will see like the practical use of all of this in some concrete real life projects. Alright, that's why we need to learn like all these methods and syntax before moving forward. Alright, so after that we have the character code AT. You always need to check the spelling while using these methods. So now we'll check the character code AT. Its role is to find the sky code. I'm showing you what is sky code. So now you are watching at the sky code. So these at A, B, C, D, T, they are all our sky code, and these are their numbers. So when you write these numbers by using our methods, then these characters will be shown. They are all sky code. So we'll learn these as well. But the first priority is that how to check the sky code. If you write 72, it will show me H. If 75, then we get K. If we do like 107, then the small k. So these ones are for the capital letter, and these ones are for the small letter. Okay, so now let's do some practice exercises. That's how we can check our sky code and VS Code. So if I write 20 here, I save it. It's showing me 116. So why this is happening? Let's see. Now we'll find 116 here. So actually this 116 is not making any sense. I've written in the quotation marks this. So I'm moving my commas. I save it. And yeah, let me tell you so actually how to do it. I want to find the sky code of C. Its index number is 012345. I'll write 5, I save it, and as you can see its code is 99. So now I'll go to my table. I see that the code of C is 99. So this is how we can find the sky code and which sky code has like what decimal. So if I write 20, I save it. 116 has been shown. I think 20 is the T. So this is how we can find the decimal value of the sky code. After that, you have like from character code. I'll write the string directly. After writing the string, I'll write the from character code. I save it. And now I'll write some values here. So if I write 65, then A appears. If I write like 110, then N. If I write some other value like 120, then the X appears. So this is basically how we can write our sky code in the string by using from character code. Let me show you the table again. Alright, so as you can see, when I write like 120, then this sky code appears. If you want to check your code by writing the index number, then it will happen by the character code at. If you want to check your sky code by writing the decimal code, then you can do it with from character code, but it will not work in the string. So you'll have to write the character code by using the string method. Okay, so now we are moving towards our next method, which is the concat. You've already seen the concat. So the concat is used to join two arrays. We saw that in the arrays method. So now, when we have to make two arrays into one, then we use this, like we use the concat. And the same process is with string. So when we have to join strings, we use the concat as well. If you don't know this, then you can go to the previous lectures. Like if you forgot how the concat works, then you can refer to the previous lectures. It's pretty easy. Like it just like helps us join things together. Alright, so after that we have like the split. The split is when we have to convert our string into an array. Then we can do it by split. You know, like the split means to break. So we'll use split when we need to break. Now I'm calling A and using the split method. So I save it. And now as you can see, this has been displayed. I want to split it from is. So I'll use the I save it. Alright, and now as you can see, it has made an array from is, which was starting. Alright, so this is how you can use the split method. Now, I'll use the repeat method. I save it. In the repeat, we can repeat our string as we want. So I'm putting a break here. I save it. If I want to repeat my string 10 times, then I'll write 10. So this is how we can use the repeat method. After that, you have the slice method. So we saw in the array method how to use the slice and the splice. So the splice is used from starting. Alright, so I'll write 3. 3 is the index value, so if you remember it was like 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so after the A, it will print the remaining statement. I save it. So as you can see, it started printing from 3. If I put 4, then my string method will start from 4 and will go till the end. So if you want it to end at a specific area, then I'll put 4 and 6. I save it. It included the 4th one, the 5th one, but did not include the 6th index. So in JavaScript, it does not include the last parameter we give. If I'm putting 8, then it will not include the 8th one. If I put 10, then it will include from the 4 to 9 index values. So this was our slice method. After that, we have a method with the name of sub-str, so I saved it. It's used for, in the slice, we give the parameters from 4 to 10, but the information it was collecting was from 4 to 9. Okay, but in the sub-str, it collects the information till the parameter we give, like until the parameter that we give. In the str, it has ended its information till 10. So it works similarly like slice, but slice do not include the last parameter. Sub-str includes the last one as well. Like that's the difference. Slice do not include the last parameter, but sub-str includes the last one as well. Okay, so after that we have the substring. It works similarly like the slice, so I do not need to explain this. After that we have the toString. So what is the toString? I'm removing this from parameters, I save it, and now as you can see, this is my string value. So if I take any numeric value, 30, I save it. This is my numeric value, but when I use the toString method, this numeric value has been changed into a string. So if I check by writing type of, I save it, it's showing me string. If I do not use this method and comment it and call A here, I save it. So as you can see, it's showing me numeric value. So this is how you got to know that this method is used in string. Alright, so after that we have the last method, which is the value of. By using this method, we can use the value when printing the statement by default. And yeah, so basically we've seen this in the array as well, like when we talked about arrays. And yeah, so basically some of the methods were related to arrays. Alright, that was it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In this lecture, we learn about the JavaScript number methods. So the number is basically a data type in JavaScript. And the way we have string methods, we also have number methods as well. So we'll check all the methods one by one, like we'll explore the number methods progressively as we move on. Alright, so first of all we'll check the number method. So let's see what we're doing here. We are making a variable and we made a string in that variable. So after making a string, I'm saying that I want a string as a number. So to convert this string into a number, we'll make a new variable with the name of b. Alright, so in it I'll use the method number. So yeah, you should make sure that the n is capitalized. After that, I'll call my first statement. Then I'll write document.write. I'll print b. I save it. So now, as you can see, when I had to print the statement, then it prints 100. But now its data type has been converted to the number as you can see in front of you. Alright, so if I write type of, I save it. So it's printing number. If I write A, I save it. Now, as you can see, it's showing string. So this is how we can convert our string value into number. You can do it with a different way as well, but you will need to convert by using this method in your project. Alright, so if you have to use this string as a number, then you will have to convert it into the number. So this depends on the user, but mostly it's used because the work will be minimal and one thing can be used for two things. Alright, so now our next method is the parse. I'll tell you how we can use it. So I'm removing this statement. I save it. I'm taking a value in point. So now I have a value in point. I'll type parse int. I save it. So as you can see, I first made a variable a, then a variable b. I gave the parse int in it so that it does not show my value in points. And as you can see, I put this value in my variable a and in b, and the b variable. I used the parse int method, but the value which has been printed is 100. So why are we getting 100? Because the role of the parse ints is that it converts to integer. So if I comment it here, it will print the statement a. I saved it. And as you can see, it's showing the value in point. Sometimes in mathematics, we do not want to show the value in points. So to do that, we'll need to use the parse int method. So this was the second method. There is one more thing in the parse int, that if we write like multiple values, like 2, 30, 40, and we save it, so it's printing all my values because I printed the statement a, and now if I print b, I'm getting only 100. Alright, so I'm removing 100, I save it, and as you can see, it's printing 2. Let me set its size, so if I'm removing the 2, now it's printing 30. So it will always print the first value. And yeah, basically this is the work of the parse int. This is how it works. Alright, so there is one more method with the name parse float. It's the same by the default value. So I write 10.22, I save it. And as you can see, it always prints the value as it is. So this is not enough, important. It's used to convert to float. So if I write 10.30 years, I saved it. And as you can see, it printed the first value and rounded off my value and just displayed 3 after the point. Okay, so if I put one more 0, then still it will show like 10.3, but if I put 4, it will show us like 10.34. This is important because when we want to display the value in point, then it can be done in this way. Alright, so now you have two more methods, which are like the is finite method and the is integer. So these methods will always return us two values. It will only be true or false. No other value will be returned. Let me show you how it works. So I'm using the is finite method. So now see, it's showing me false. Why is it showing me false? Because it's telling me that the is finite value we're displaying is not is finite. It's another value. That's why it's showing us false. Alright, so if I remove this quotation, and I write my number value, I save it, and now it's showing us true. So you'll be thinking that how will I know like which value is infinite and which one is an integer value? So to do that, you'll go to the console and write is finite, and then write values in the bracket. So I'm writing 1000 and I'm pressing enter, and as you can see, it said true, which means that it is finite. So if I write anything with is finite and I enter it, now I'm getting false because it's a false value. So this is how you can check the is finite value in the console. Okay, so if I write any string like my name, I save it, it's false because it's not the number. After that we have the is integer. So the is integer value is always displayed with a number. So I'm writing number and I put a dot, I saved it. And now we're getting false because this value is not an integer value. So I'm writing 20.3, I saved it. And as you can see, it's still displaying false. So if I remove the decimal value, I save it. Now I'm getting true. The is integer is used to tell us if our number is integer or not. If our value is not in a decimal, then it will be displayed. If it's in a decimal form, then it will show us false. So this is how we can use these methods. Alright, so we have two more methods, which are like the toFixed and the toPrecision. Okay, first of all, I'll call my variable a. I write fix, I save it, and I'm getting 20 as you can see because the value is not in point as a did not give the value in toFixed. So I'm taking more values after the point, I saved it, and as you can see, it's still not showing, but I'm fixing the amount that's how much values should be shown after the point. So I want 3 values, I save it, and now it's showing 3 values after the point. Okay, so if I replace 3 with 5, then it will show 5 values. If I put 9, then we get like 9 values. And yeah, basically this is how we can show our values by fixing it. And this means that when we make our calculator or converter, we use the toFixed method for setting the type of value or the number of digits after the decimal. So we have the toPrecision, I save it. In this method it gives us the value after the round off means, so it means that it displays the value like the fixed one, but it will round off the last digit. So if I write 3 and I save it, then now as you can see, like we get 3, and it also includes like 5, which is rounded off. So if the next value is above 5, then it will add 1 to the last value. If I put 4, then my fifth value will be 6. So the value has been displayed 20.36. Now I'm saving it, and as you can see, we get 20.36. So this is how we can use the toPrecision method to round off our value. Alright, so that's pretty much it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In this lecture, we'll see math methods of JavaScript. Like in the previous one, we've seen like the string methods, the number methods, and in the same way, we'll now see the math methods like seli, floor, around, trunc, max, min, sqrt, pi, abs, random, and so on. So they are all math methods of JavaScript. We'll check them one by one in our VS Code. So basically we'll see like how do they work and how to use them exactly. Alright, okay, so basically they are normal methods. They are just related to math. That's why we call them like math methods. And yeah, so basically they help us create some equations in JavaScript, manipulate numbers, and so on. So like we're making a calculation, like if we need to make any sort of addition, subtraction, calculation, so we'll use these math methods. Okay, so all these methods, they basically have like different rules. If you want to display minimum and maximum value, so we'll use these methods, for example. If you want to show the round off value, we'll also be using these methods. So I'm here in my VS Code now. So first of all, I'll make a variable called a. So now here, I'll take a value. Here I'll use the method named math. Now I'll use the method named seal. So what I'll do here, so as you can see, I'll take a value of 2.55, I save it, and now I'll print it like in the document.write. I've written a, I save it, and now as you can see, I've written like 2.55, but it's printed like 3. So why did this happen? Like why did it happen? Because the seal function is used so that we can check the nearest value. And the nearest value like of the 2.55 is 3. That's like the nearest, the closest value of 2.55. So that's why it's given us a round off value of 3. So if I write here 2.4 instead, it will give us like 2. Oh, sorry. Okay, so it will not show us a round off value. Instead of this, it will show us the upper value. Okay, so yeah, that's how it works. If I write 3 here and I save it, or if I write like 3.55, it will show us a round figure, like 4. If I write 5.66 and I save it, and as you can see now, it's showing us the value of 6. So it will always show us the upper value, basically. It will always show us the upper value, and the floor always works in the opposite manner to the seal. Okay, so basically it will show us the lower value. If I write like 7.55 here, it will be printed. It will print us the lower value. So it's printing the value of 7. I'll give the value in minus, like minus 7.55. So that's the negative value. The value which is lower than 7 is minus 6. And the minus 7 is bigger, so now I'll save it. It's showing us like minus 8. Why? Because it's showing me the bigger value than minus 7, like the closest one, and it's working almost in an opposite manner to seal, like in an almost exact opposite manner to ceil. If I use the ceil method here, so it will give me like the value of 7, because 7 is the smaller value. Like it's the smallest and closest to minus 77.55. So if you have some knowledge about math, you will know why I'm printing the small value and which one was the bigger one. So like this, our floor method is used, and now it's showing minus 8. If I do 8 here, so it will show me 9. I save it, and now it's showing me 9. Alright, so like this we can use our methods and try to manipulate numbers as we wish. So the best way for you to understand like exactly how this works is to practice, and practice. And yeah, you'll also need like some basic knowledge of mathematics, otherwise you will struggle to understand like what is exactly happening in front of you. Alright, so after this we have the round method. So if I write round, if I write 8.44, I save it. It works like a first integer, so like it's used to convert the decimal value into a normal value, meaning that it's used to display the decimal value without a point. So but the difference between the round and this method is that it will round off the value. So in the previous one we were having the two different methods, and in this one we have just one method with two different functionalities. Okay, so if I remove the minus here and write 7.40, it will show me 7. Or if I write 7.5, it will display the upper value. So it will give us the upper value. So after that you have a method called trunc. By using this one, it provides us the normal value. It just removes the point value and saves it. So by doing so, we can use this method and see what's exactly happening. Okay, so now we have the maximum and minimum method. If I use the maximum, in the maximum, if we are using the maximum value in our variable, it provides us the maximum value. So if I write like 20, 50, 300, 6,000, 80, now the bigger value you're seeing here, like the biggest value, is of course like 6,000. We save it, and as you can see it printed 6,000 because it was like the biggest value. So if I write here 8,000, here it will print 8,000. So this is how the maximum methods are used when you want to get the maximum value. You must have seen some websites where the high prices can be seen above the table, like at the top of the table, basically. That they are sorted by order. And the lower you scroll down, the lower you'll get like lower prices. And basically when you see like such a feature, it means that there is some coding behind it, and the prices are being set by a maximum method. So the same goes for the minimum method. It's just the other way around. Like the algorithm will find the minimum value, it will print it out for you. As you can see, like we get 20. So basically these kind of things work in different tables on some websites. All right, so yeah, basically that's how it works. These are our math methods. At least this is an introduction to the math methods. We'll dive in deeper as we progress. But yeah, so that's the basic idea. And now on to the next topic. Alright, so now we have some more methods that we need to talk about, like the square root, the cubic root, the power of, the random, the absolute, and the pi values. Okay, so now I'll tell you how to use them in VS Code. Okay, so now I'm here in VS Code. I'll use the sqrt method. What will I do here is that I'll write 64 and I save it. If you studied mathematics, you must have an idea why we use the square root method and what is its procedure. So if you want to find the square root value, you can do it by this method. So if I write 125 here, then the value will appear in point. So if I write 164 here, then I save it. And as you can see, the value has appeared in front of us. So If I write 25, it will show us 5. And that's how you can find the square root of a certain number. Alright, so likewise, you have the cubic root. It's basically for 5. So if you want to find the cubic root, then you can do it using this method. So I wrote 125, I got 5. If I put 360, I get this kind of value. It doesn't use much, but if you're finding the square root or cubic root, then you can find it by this method. Alright, so after that, there is the power of. With the power of, there are two values. One is the base, and the other one is the exponent. So this 2 is the base, and the 3 is the exponent. So exponent is basically just like how many times you have to multiply your base by itself. That's the definition of the exponent. So I have to multiply 2 by itself thrice. So the answer will be displayed, which is 8, because like it's 2 times 2 times 2. If I put 4 here, so 4 multiplied by itself like twice, so it's showing me 16. Alright, so this is how you can find the power of, like that's how you use it. Okay, now if I write 5, it means like 5 multiplied by 5 for 5 times, so it's showing me like 625. I'm telling you again that the first value is the base, the second one is our exponent. So the exponent basically tells us how many times the 5 value will be multiplied by itself. And the base is basically the value which has to be multiplied by itself. That's the difference. Okay, so after that we have a method named random. The random method is used so that we can generate a random value. You would have played some game where the random values appear like Ludo or any dice type game, or yeah, so the random method is mostly used in those type of games. In like these types of games, we use the random method. And yeah, by using it, we have to show some random value. For example, if you play the 8-ball pool type game, if we start our game, some random people might join us. So in this random game, some coding has been used. Like how many people will join us? For example, that's a random number. If we select it, so like if you wanna have a random selection, like a random person will be selected, then it can be done through the random method. So if you wanna pick a certain number, you can do it with an algorithmic like method that will generate for you a random number. Okay, so I'll just save it, and as you can see, it has printed the random value. So whenever I'll refresh it, it will print the random value. But we can also put in it some functionality. I want that whenever my value gets printed, it should be multiplied by 10, for example. So it keeps on being multiplied by 10. I'll put it here in the bracket. So after that, I want that whatever my value will be printed, it will add into 1. So whatever value will appear in front of us, it will be multiplied by 10 and then be added to the number 1, and then we save it. Sorry, I forgot to put the brackets here, so let me fix this. Oh, actually, I have to put a method named math, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, actually, you know why we are using this value? Because whatever my value is, it's showing me in a round off without a point. Like I'll use the math floor method here. I'll put the brackets. I'll use all the conditions in this method. I'll put the bracket here. I save it. And actually, like what happened here is that there is an error in my file. Okay, so I'll open my new file, and whenever I refresh it, my value is between 0 and 10, and 1 will be added automatically without any point. So the random value is coming from the math.random, and it's getting multiplied by 10. And it's coming because of the math.floor. So that was our math.random method. Okay, after that, we have the absolute method. It's very important, so I'll comment this. After that, I'll copy the upper one. I bring in this to the lower part, and I'll remove all this. So I'll use the math.absolute, and And by using this method, it will show us the absolute value. Basically, it shows us the square root of the square that you have printed. So I'll print this again, and as you can see, like whatever I'm writing, it's printing exactly that in front of us. So if I write null here, now I'll print null, so it's showing us the null value 0. Like if we print the value null, it will show us as null. Okay, so in the last one we have a method named pi. If you want to print the value of pi, so you will just write pi and it will be printed. Okay, so you've seen in your math classes that they used to teach us the value of pi, which is 3.14. So this is how we can print it. These are basic methods. The pi method is rarely used, but yeah, it depends on like what you're trying to do and on what you're trying to achieve. So it's mostly used in the equation if we were working on mathematics or mathematics type project. Otherwise, floor, mass, random, power of, minimum, maximum, these methods are used mostly like when you make some calculations or some game types or some normal games like the Ludo type games. Alright, so that's pretty much it, and these are the methods that are used usually. Like these are the most common ones and the most useful ones, I'd say. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. In the same way we have methods of strings, arrays, and numbers, we also have dates methods in JavaScript as well. So the toGetString, the getDate, the getFullYear, the getDay, the getMonth, and so on. These are the methods related to the dates in JavaScript. Alright, so we'll use these methods one by one. We mostly use these methods when we have to do any work related to time. So for example, if we have to do any kind of work related to the clock, or if you want to make a timer, for example, or for example, you have to display the current time or date on a web page, then for all these types of work, we need to use the date method. Alright, so now I'm in my VS Code. First of all, I'll make a variable with the name of date, and here I'll write new, the new keyword, and I'll write date. Now I save it, and after saving it, I'll write document.write. I'll print the date here, I save it, and as you can see, it's displaying everything, basically. So we have like the date, it shows us that today is Thursday, the month, the date, the year, the current time, country and my time zone. It's showing me this in front of me right now, so we can check all of this information by using the date method. Okay, so basically I'm just writing new date and I'm printing my variable. So there are some more things in this as well. So like if I want to get the current date, I'll write get date. I'm putting small brackets, I save it, and now as you can see, it's displaying 17 in front of us. So if I write get full year, I save it. Now it's displaying the year. So I'm putting the get hour, and as you can see, we have the hour in front of us. It's showing the hours when we write get UTC hours. That's what we get. Okay, so now I'm writing get month. It will display February as 1. It will display March as 2. And in this sequence, it goes, basically. So we can print the seconds. And if we write get seconds, as I will refresh, it will change the seconds displayed. So as you can see, everything was updated. So this is how we can check our seconds. After this, we have set. So if we have to set anything, I'll print my date and I'll set it here. I'll write date as a variable, and after that I'll use the keyword set. I'll set date, I'll replace 17 with 18, I'll save it. My date has been 18 now, and its day has been changed to Friday, so that's the next day. I can set the full year, so 2023. I save it, and as you can see, it's now 2023. Okay, so now if I want to set the time, so we can do that as well. I'll write set time 14. Actually, I typed the wrong keyword, so I should write set hour, replacing 14 with 15. And as you can see, we have the output in front of us. We get 15. We get the display of 15. If I want to do second or millisecond, I can do all of this as well. So I'm writing set minutes 15, and here you go, it's showing 15. If I want to do seconds, so it's displaying 15. This is how we can set all of this. So in the set, we can set the dates, and with the get, we can get the current time date. And there is one more thing, which is like toDate string. By using this method, we'll display the date, the day, and the year. So here you go, I save it. And now, as you can see, it has displayed what we needed in front of us. And that's pretty much it. This is how we can get and set our things. And now on to the next lecture. If you have ever studied CSS, you may have come across the DOM method. But if you've not, no problem, we'll explain it here. Let me explain the DOM method to you in this lecture. Okay, so actually, what happens in the DOM method? So first of all, we have the root element, which we identify with the name of HTML tag. Then we have the head, the body, and the tail. So HTML is basically when there is one tag in another tag. We'll call the main tag as parent and the other one as child. So these both are the main tags, but they are the main tags in HTML. So HTML is their parent element, and they both are child elements of HTML. So this is the first child element, and this is the second child element, as head comes first and body comes last. So in the parent head tag here we have the title, meta, link. They are all child. They are the children because they are under head. So head is their parent, but head is the parent of HTML. Yeah, so head is the parent in HTML. So like this, we have the tags in the body as well, i.e. the header, the section, the footer. They are all child of the body, and the body is their parent. But the body is also the second child of HTML. So this is how we have our DOM model. In JavaScript, when we have to edit our elements, we should have some knowledge about the DOM method, so that we should be aware of how to do these kind of things. Alright, so after this, we have more things like, for example, the header, the section, the footer, and the body tag. So I took them as an example. There can be more as well. Okay, so we took some tags in the section as well. Like here, for example, we took H1 and P tag in the section. H1 and P tags are the child of the section. The section is the child of the body, and the body is the child of HTML, and HTML is a root element from which this process starts. Alright, so this was the parent and child, but now we're going one step forward. That is how to use them in JavaScript. So we do call them nodes in JavaScript. Alright, so when we write the body, we'll call it element node. This will be the element node, and this will also be called the element node. But when we use the attribute, then we'll call it the attribute node. But we can also call it the element node. So if you write some text in it, for calling that text, we'll do the text node. So why do we use them? If we want to get anything, like for example, if you want to get any data from them, then we'll use the keyword get. If you want to set anything, then we'll use the keyword set. So if you want to increase the HTML element by using the DOM model, then we'll use the add HTML element, which means that we'll see how to add a new element. Alright, so we can delete the HTML element here as well, and that was it for the DOM model. We can also call it a DOM tree. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so after the DOM model, we'll see how we can target the objects. So all the classes in the element tag, let's see how we can target them. Okay, so we have three methods in the DOM tree. We can call the element with its ID, tag name, or class name. By using these three methods, we can target our element and can change them. So now I'll write name, whatever my tag name is, or I'll write document.getElement by ID, and then I'll call my ID. Then similarly, I'll write document.getElement by tag name. Alright, so sorry, I wrote element here. We need to write elements because the DOM model has a lot of elements. Okay, so, and in a similar manner, we'll do the document.getElement by class name, and we'll write the name of the class. So they were our target DOM object, meaning that we target our tags, ID, and classes in this way. But we have more targeting methods in which you have document, document.all, head, title, body, images, links, anchors, doc type, URL, and yeah, so these are the basic ones. Okay, so we'll check one by one, like how they work. So now I'm in my VS Code, in which I made a small structure of my web page. And as you can see, I've made a header, a top bar, and a sidebar. I've added some content in it. So now I'll open the console. And after opening the console, you have to open the document because JavaScript has already been installed in the browser. So if you want to write JavaScript, then we can write in the whole console without using any editor. It's like an editor to us that we don't need any software. We can do it directly here, but the software is much more convenient because in it we can get like some suggestions automatically, meaning that when we get some errors during the coding process, it can be easily highlighted here. Alright, so in the console log, it only highlights the main code where there is an error in the code. Basically, both are the same, but the console.log is mostly used to check the problems. So now we'll perform our task. I'll write document here. I'll press enter. Now I got hashtag document. In hashtag document, I got all the structure automatically. And as you can see, I have my style sheet that has appeared. So now I'll tell you one thing. By default, you can see that the coding as JavaScript is here in front of us. Actually, I've opened it in the live server. So if I copy the file path and print it here, then if I write document.write in the console, I'll open this, then my DOM model will open clearly. So see, the style sheet has appeared, and after that I opened body. In body, all of the things I've opened, so all of my model will be opened in this one. But if we open it in the live server, we'll find some difficulties. So it's been an injected code by the live server. It's showing the code by default, so it's saying that upgrade your browser. This browser is not supported, so I'll close this. If you want to remove this code, click on this button. In every browser, there is a different function, but they work similarly. Now, first of all, we'll use our document.all keyword. In this one, all the elements which I've used have been shown. Whatever we have in the li, it's been shown. So this is how it was displayed basically. After this, we have the document.head. In this one, we've shown all the things that we had. So if I write document.title here, it will display the document which was written. If I write document.body here, it will show me all of the body. After this one, I have document.anchor. I'm not having any collection here, but if I use link, it will show me the anchor tag. Okay, so now if I write document.links and put the brackets here, I put number index here. So whatever anchor I've used, it provides me the details about this. So like this, if I write the document.link using square brackets and write 5 here, so it has done this. If I provide something that's not available in it, like if I write 50 for example, it tells me that it's undefined. So like this we can check all of them. So yeah, so we have additional things as well, like the base URI. So let's see how it works. If you use this in any website, like so use console there, it will open the domain name. After this we're having some more, like if I write document.images here, so here I'm having one image, it's displayed in front of us, so it showed me the one image. If I write document.url, so in the URL it's also displaying like this. After this we have the document.forms, and the forms we are having nothing, so it shows us nothing. And so yeah, we're having document.doctype as well. In this one I'm having my HTML file, so it's displayed like this. Yeah, like we can use it like this. Sometimes you have to check the elements in the console.log, like in which part you have used the index. So we move further to our next step to learn how we'll use document.getElement by ID. Let's see how it works. So I deleted this, and now if I write like document.getElement by ID now, so if I write the header here, I'll show you like where I've used the heading of the header. So look here, I've used the heading of header, in which I've used the header of H1. It has displayed H1 and nothing else. So like this, I will call some more content, like content I'd like to show. So here I have to delete everything and I have to write it again. Now I'll write content here. In the content, it's displaying all tags, paragraph. And after this, we have the tag name like document.getElement by tag name. And I write the UL in the brackets. So in these all UL tags, which are now displayed, I can now also search for it, like how. I have again pasted it. And after this, I'll write their index. So I want that my 0 index be displayed. I copy this to check the 3rd index. I have to paste this again. So if I write 2 here, so as you can see, it's displaying 2. So now I can see these things in front of me. So now I'm having the class one. I'll delete this, and now I'll write document.getElement by class name. If I write the class name, it will display all of the classes by name. So here I've used some classes according to the list. I've used 2 classes in named of list. Like I've used 2 classes using the named list, and it's been displayed if I put the index here. So yeah, it will work the same. So if I write 1 here, it will show me the classes which are on 1. And like this, we can target all the things that we need. And in the coming lectures, we'll see how we can call in our websites, and we'll check all these kind of things like in depth. We'll see how all of this works in depth. And now on to the next lecture. Alright, so we learned in the DOM tree presentation that we use the DOM tree to get the values of an element. To set their values, or to delete, modify the values of elements. Now we'll learn about the get methods in the DOM model. So the get methods in the DOM model are inner text, inner HTML, the get attribute, the get attribute node, attributes. We'll check all these methods one by one in this lecture. So now, here I am in my VS Code. If you're making a separate JavaScript file and want to link it with your HTML file, then you have to put your script tag at the last position, because whenever our website loads, then the HTML file will be loaded first and then the script will be loaded. So if we load the script first, then it will show us everything undefined. Okay, so I'll make a variable name. In the name, I'll write document.getElementById, and then I'll call an ID, and in the ID, I'll write header. I save it, and now I'll call this variable in the console.log. I'll go to the console.log, and as you can see, it's showing all my objects through element by ID. I'll check all the get method one by one. So I'll write inner text, I save it, and as you can see, it's shown all the text in the header. So now I'll clear it. I want to check the inner text by calling my ID in the document.getElementById, and as you can see, it's shown MetaBrains. So in the console.log, it shows in a little beautiful way the command that we've written. So now I'll copy it. I want to check my next method. I want to check the inner HTML. So there is no inner HTML in the header. That's why it has shown undefined. Alright, so I'm taking a class footer, and as you can see, it's showing MetaBrains in the footer as well. So I'll take the sidebar. And here you go, it displayed the data. Like we have the data as an output. So I have mistakenly wrote inner text. I want to get inner HTML. And as you can see, it displayed all the HTML that are present in my inner HTML. So this is the basic use of this method. Now we'll check the get attribute. Basically, attribute refers to all the attributes in our tag. So I'll check in the first one. Now I'll use attribute in this header. I'll use a class with the name of no class, style, background color, green. Now I'll write document.getElementById. I'll call my header in it. I'll write .getAttribute class, and then I press enter. So as I took a class with the name of no class, it has shown me that I have to set it again and again. So I'll go to VS Code, I'll write get attribute class, I save it, and as you can see, it's showing me no class again. So we have another option. So if I write style, so as you can see, it's printed the value of style. After that, we'll check the value. It's showing me undefined. Actually, this value keywords works in attribute node. So now I'll remove it and show you the node. Node works in the same way. It prints the value as it is. If I copy it and paste it here, you can see it printing. Like it's printing the same attribute. But if I use value, then it will show me only the value. So I'll not recommend this. Okay, I'll advise you to use the get attribute, since node is not very important. So now I'll remove all of this. I'll write attributes, I save it, and apparently it's creating a problem because of the latest version. But if I check it directly in the console log, as you can see, it's made an object. That's how much IDs I have, in which the index class and the style are. So which one is the class? What is its address? Yeah, basically, so it's displaying everything the style, as well as the class that I've used, and who's the owner of the element, and yeah, so basically this is how to check the get methods. And alright, so we're done with this lecture, and now on to the next one. In the last lecture, we learned about the DOM model. So in this video, we'll continue to learn all the concepts of the DOM model. Okay, so first of all, we'll see how to do styling in the DOM model. So I've made this container in which I've given the header, MetaBrains, heading, lists, and MetaBrains footer in the last one. So the reason why I'm making this, like before going deeper into the topic, is just to save time and show you directly the result. So I put script tag here, and for your convenience, I'll provide all these things that you see in front of you in the source code materials, so that you will not worry about how does it work, and you will know exactly by reading the source code like how all of this works. Alright, so first of all, I'll make a variable with the name of element. I save it. Then I'll call my element and write document.querySelector. I'll call my ID. Right now, it might be difficult for you, but it's actually not that tough because of the keywords query selector, which is used to select any class or ID. Alright, now I'll write header. I'll let you know why I did it this way. So, and as you can see, I've already taken an ID with the name of header. So now I'll give anything here, so it will call header ID here. I'll use the dot style keyword so that I'll get to know what style I've used in the header. I'll check the border, I save it. We'll open the console log, so let me check if I used the style or not. And yes, I've used it. And actually the mistake is that I didn't call it. So I'll write console.log. I'll call the element as I have to display in the console log. So here you go. As you can see, we have like one pixel solid black, which has appeared in front of us. If I take anything which I did not call, like let me remove this green color and save it. And as you can see, it's showing empty string because I didn't try it, this in the style. So I'll copy this part. I'll paste it here. Then I'll write dot style as I want to change its background. So I'll write background. You don't have to put the dash sign, you just have to use the capital letters instead of the dash sign. Okay, so then I'll put the red color, I save it, and as you can see, it changed to a red color. So this is how you can change the color of anything. If I want to change the color of the subheading, then I'll write ID content and we'll give the color. Then its color will be changed. And do remember that we'll not give it to the div, we'll give it to the h2. So let me show you how to do that. I'll give ID subheading, I save it, and now I'll copy this part, I'll paste it here, we'll comment this part as I don't need it. And here with my query selector, I'll write subheading. Actually, I haven't used style, so I'll have to use the style. And now I'll write color instead of background. Okay, I'll save it. And as you can see, the subheading turned into a red color as I have written red here. So if I write brown, I save it. As you can see, it turned into brown color. So this is how we can change the color of anything. This was the way to select the ID, but now we'll learn how to do this through class. Okay, so we'll check the class name. With the class name, we can make the classes by using the JavaScript. So I'll copy this part, I'll comment it, and we'll paste it here. Now I'll work through the class name. I'm selecting header, and I'm writing dot class name with the name of head. And as you can see, it didn't work, so I'm telling you why it happened. I'll scroll upward to CSS. When the header is used, I'll use a class head. We'll give the background color aqua. I save it. And as you can see, the aqua color didn't work on it as I've already used the class. Okay, so if I remove this class and save it, as you can see, the aqua color has appeared in front of us. So this happened basically because making this class name head. And yeah, so now you will claim that we can make a new class without using JavaScript. So the answer is that we have to do the styling in JavaScript, then we have to use these methods. Actually, it's not that important, you just have to know the basics of class name. We can make multiple classes as well. For that, we have a method of class list. So now I'm removing this, I'm putting the names of classes head and hello in between brackets. I save it, and as you can see, the classes have appeared with the name head and hello in the console log. If I return class list here as well, then it's showing me in a function DOM token list that head is at 0 index, hello is at index 1. Alright, so we have a method of .ClassList.add in which we can add the classes. So I'll remove this, I'll add my classes head h1 in brackets, I save it, and now as you can see, the head and the h1 have appeared here. So if I add another class x, y, and z, then it will appear here as well. Okay, so now I'll go to header, I'll give class with the name of head h1 x, y, z, and I save it. I'm going to remove these classes here, I save it, and as you can see, it's still showing because I already have 3 classes up there, but I want to remove the XYZ class, so I'll write remove open brackets XYZ close brackets, I save it, and as you can see, it has removed the XYZ class. Alright, so there are other methods as well, which we'll check in the upcoming lectures. And yeah, so basically for now, this is how we can do the styling in the DOM model and how we can create the new classes. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll learn about add event listener, how it can be used, and its main purpose. Alright, so if you remember my previous lecture, we talked about events like what function will be performed when I click the mouse button, or what function will run when I press on the keyboard key. Alright, so in all of this we discussed, like we talked about events, and now we'll use all these concepts in JavaScript, like for example, I've used here the unload, and I wrote fun here, and after that I'll add in the JavaScript tag, which I'm having here, and since we're working on the add event listener, our work becomes much more much easier. So as you can see, we don't have to open the HTML file times and times again. So in JavaScript we can simply use the tag to select such a thing, and we can add events there. Alright, so now as you can see, this is my JavaScript file. It's a small work, that's why I need not to make a separate file. So here I've made a variable, I've used the DOM targeting method. What I'll do now here is that I'll just use the onClick method here. I'll write this function named as fun, I'll copy this, I paste it in it, and now here I'll just select style.background. So in the background I'll use the red color. You won't see anything, but if I click here it's showing red, and even when I refresh the page it's still showing me red. So if I write yellow here and I save it, it's showing yellow now. Okay, so if I make it in a separate file, still it will not change. So it's not, nothing has changed basically. I'll not have to open my HTML again and again. I'll just call my IDs and we'll put events and run the functions. This is the way to run the onClick events. Okay, so we have one more method, which is the add event listener. I'll write add event listener, I put the brackets here, I write click here, and I'll call my function here and write fun. And now I'll remove this, I save it, and actually I have made a mistake here, so I've written this in my string. We have to write it down like here outside of the brackets. So if I'm clicking here, it's appearing in yellow. If I write pink here, and as you can see, it turned pink here. So like this, the elements work. Okay, we're having another method in which we have to call the functions into the events. I'll copy this, I paste it. I'll use this click one, but I'll make the function. So I'll just write document.getElementById and call the header. After header, I'll write style.color green because I want to change the color and save it. And after that, when I will click, its background will become pink and green. So like this, we can run our functions perfectly. Alright, that's pretty much it for this lecture. And now on to the next one. Now we'll use the useCapture function. So first of all, we'll add events, and then we'll use the function. So let me show you how it works. I'm using the script tag here. I took some things related to my previous lecture. So as you can see here, we used the to add event, and then we used to give the name of our function, and we write function, and we add the event in the parameters. So we use the useCapture because its statement should run. So for example, I have two divs here. This is their CSS. I've made this. I'll put events in both of them, but I want that every event should work after a specific time. Like if I put the first event on this one and the second event on this one, then its event should run first, and after that this event should run. So the event will run on both, but in a sequence. Both of them will not work instantly. Alright, so how does it work? Let me show you. Here, I'm removing all of this. I'll write document.querySelector. I'll use my class with the name of inside, and then I'll put add event listener, and in that I'll use the click event. So then I'll write my function. I took nothing in function. I'm taking the alert. I'm getting a problem here, apparently. Okay, so actually we don't have to write it in commas. I removed the commas, I write it here, and now I'll write this is an inner SIE, in alert, I save it. Now I'll use the second one, I'll copy it, I'll paste it here, I save it. I'll put the outside class, I save it. I'll change it to outside, but we'll leave other things similar. Alright, I save it. Yeah, I leave everything intact. So I save it, and now when I click on it, it's showing inner SIE. So then I click on OK, and I'm getting the outside alert box. Now, if I click here, it's showing outside. If I click here, it will show outside because I've put events here. Alright, so here I made a spelling mistake. Now, as you can see, if I click on outside, then I'll get the outside event. And if I click here, then I'll get both events one by one. I clicked OK, and as you can see, it's showing me the outside event now. Okay, so now we'll see the useCapture. The useCapture is the last parameter in the add event listener. If we want to use any event, then we can do it by the useCapture. There are only two values in it, i.e. true or false. Let me show you how does it work. So I clicked here, both events are running, but when I click here, only one event is getting used. So I'll use the false here and the true here. I save it, and now as you can see, I'm clicking here and the outside event is running because the outside one is true and the inside one is false. So that's not running. Alright, so we have a true value by default, which can be quite useful in our projects. Alright, so we're done with this lecture, and now on to the next one. In this lecture, we'll learn about the class list method. So there are 5 methods in it. The first method we have is related to add and remove, like how we can add and remove classes. We usually create classes in CSS, but here the new thing is that our class adds or removes by putting an event. So how does it work? I've made an event here. I gave a function of fun. I wrote the document.getElementById. I gave the yellow style background, and now I want that when I click on this, then some classes should be created in the header. So how can it happen? Let me make a class in CSS. I'm making a class under the header. I made it with the name of new class. I'm giving it the background color of red. I save it, and now let's see how will I do it. So I'll remove this part. I'll use my class list method. I'll use the add, and after that I'll make a class with the name of class1. I save it. Now I'll comment it, and as you can see, nothing is working in it. So I'll check my class by pressing on F12. I went to elements and opened ID, clicked on header, and now, as you see, there are only ABC classes and header class in it. Alright, now I'll uncomment it, I save it. So actually here I wrote the class1, but it should be class new. Yeah, actually I gave new class because I took like the new class. So I save it, and now as you can see, if I click on it, it turns red. Like it turns red when I click on it. Alright, so now I'll check in the elements. I'll go to the div, and as you see, like one more class has been formed, which is related to the new class. Alright, so let me now add some more classes. I'll write here second class, I save it, I'll click in it, and you can change the color if you want. So I used it so that you can know that second class has been added. Okay, this is how you can add our classes by using an event. We can make classes by using a different method as well, but we use the class list for making a class by an event. So if I want to remove it, then I can do it as well. So I can do that as well if I want. Now I want that when I click on it, then any class should be removed. So how can we do it? I'll replace the add with remove. I saved it. Let me show you by opening the console again. So let me open it here on the left side. So it's showing two classes here. Now I'll click here, and as you can see, no function is working. Why? Because no class has been added yet. So if I select add, I save it, and now as you can see, classes are forming with my clicks. So if I want to remove it, if I want to remove just one class, I'm removing second class so that my color should not change. Okay, now I'll remove it, I save it, and as you can see, both of them have been removed. Because here it's written that this class should be removed, that's why it's getting removed. So we'll put the add method, and then it will be added. But if you want our class to be removed by passing an event, this is how we can do it. Okay, so now we'll check our next two methods in which the length and the toggle comes. In the length method, we can get its length. For example, if I use some more classes here with the name of second, third, I save it, and now I'm using the length method. I save it. I don't need to use this, so I'm commenting and copying it. I've commented it, and now I'll copy this part. So here I'll make a variable with the name of again. I'll display it there, and then I'll remove this comment. I save it, and now I'll write console log. I'll call my variable again. I save it. Now I'll open the console. Will not get its value because I did not use the length method. So here I don't have any need to write this part. I'll just write class list.length. I save it, and now as you can see, it's showing me 1 because I have one class. If I add more classes, then there will be more classes, but this is not a big issue. We can do it if you want. Alright, so if I comment it, I save it, still we don't have any issue. Now our next target is toggle. So in toggle, we want that when we click, our class should be added, and if we click again, then our class should be removed. So in the previous events, we saw that classes were getting added or removed by the clicks, but in the toggle classes, it will be added and it will be removed as well. So how does it happen? I'm using toggle method, and I'm removing these two classes. Now I'll check their elements before saving it. So I went to elements and there is only the ABC class. Now I save it. I'm clicking here. So the new classes are getting added, and if I click again, then some classes are getting removed. So this is how we can add or remove classes with the help of events. Now, we'll move to our next method, which is the class list contain and item. First of all, I'll make you check the item. So to do that, I'll have to comment this part because it will open in our console. I'll uncomment it and we'll use the item instead of length. After using the item, I'll write 1, I save it. I went to console, it's showing undefined because there's no class on the 1 index. So I'm putting 0, I save it. And here, we'll not use these brackets. So we'll use small brackets. And now, as you can see, it's showing ABC. If I put 1, it's showing null, which means no value. I'll go to header, I'll add classes, class 1, I save it, and now as you can see it has printed class 1 because there is class 1 on index 1. Okay, similarly, we have contain. So in this one, it prints a true or false statement that the statement is true or false, like depending on whether it's true or false, it will print that, like I'm writing here in front of you. So I have class 1 in my index. In my header ID, the classes I have is with the name of class 1. Actually, I've put large brackets mistakenly, but I have to put like smaller brackets. Let me fix this. I save it. I write contains here. I save it. And as you can see, it's showing true. So if I write some other classes like class 2, it's showing me false. So these were some methods, but mostly we use the class add or remove, and toggle is the most important one as classes are getting added and removed by clicking. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. Alright, so now in the DOM model, let's start by exploring the traversal method, which is being used for targeting, like which element, tag, node we want to select. So before doing this, I have to give you a review of the DOM model. Here, we're having a parent element, the first and the last child element. I'll give you the short review about this. So as you can see here, I've taken the header, the section, the footer, and this is the body element. So you know that this is a parent and these three are the child. These are three elements, but they are siblings. So the first child of the body is the header and the last child is the footer. So you have to keep these things in your mind because if you're using the DOM model, like we're working on parents and child, so you have to know about who's the parent and who's the child. Alright, so now I'll tell you how many methods are in this. So there are many types of traversal methods like the parent node, the first child, the last child. So we'll check one by one. Okay, now I'm in my VS Code. I've made a document in which I've selected an outer and inner side. I've made a small box like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll do targeting in it. In the script tag, I'll make a variable and write 1 here. I save it and document.get element by ID. Alright, so in my inner one, I'd want to check like who's the parent here. So I'll write parent element. I'll put 1 in console log. I save it. So in the outer part, it has displayed who's the parent. So the parent of this is outer. Now, I want to know like who's the parent of outer. So it has displayed that the outer parent is the body tag. Alright. So here, if I want to use the body, I'll simply write the body here. And now, as you can see, it has displayed that the body element is HTML. So I'll teach you about the styling. I'll just pick this, I paste it here. I'll change the method, which I've written here. I'll write get element by ID and write outer here and style the background and write the color pink. So I'll copy this and paste it right here. Okay. So my outer part is pink. If I write inner now, my inner part is getting pink. So if I use id equals inner side, now here I just write side, and as you can see the inner side has been changed. So it's not an issue because I spelled it wrongly, so that's why it's not changing here. It's not putting any effect, so if I remove it from here it won't have any effect. Alright, now we'll check our next method, parent node. The purpose of the node is that it would display us the thing which we're not having any parent for. For example, HTML is a root element which is not having any parent. Now if I write the body here, it showed that its parent is HTML, but I want to find the parent of the HTML. I'll give an ID of main and I save it. Now the next thing we will check is the parent node. In the parent node it happens that we have to target the elements, so it will pick those parents. Here I have target the outer, so it will check the outer parent, and if I target the body, it will check the body parent, so we'll check that element in which we're not having the parent. Alright, so HTML is not having any parent, so I have given an ID named main. I use main here, I save it, and it comes null here. Thus, it's not the solution of our problem. I want that if we check any parent, it would show the functions, so we have the method of parent node. I'll remove this and write dot parent node. I save it. It's shown in the document now. So by doing this, I can check all of the things I've used. So sometimes we have to show those elements in which we're not having any parent, so that we can have any solution which we can use in the parent nodes. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. In this lecture we'll learn about children and children nodes and how we can use them. This process is like the parent nodes. It's quite similar to the parent nodes. So let's dive in. Here I've taken some parameters. We'll find how can we use the children method. So in the parent we saw that it showed us a parent, but now we'll have to find the children of the parent. For example, I've taken the inner div. How much elements do we have in the inner div? This is one child, and these are children as well. I've called the inner here. I'll just write children, I save it, and we'll go to the console. And as you can see, it has shown a complete document that is index, length, and which element is on which index. So it checked all the children, but if I write the outer, so same as it is, now it's displaying me only 2 because there are only 2 children in the outer. One is of h2 and the other is of main inner div. And the remaining ones are their child, not of the outer div. So if I put inner here, I save it, it's showing all of them. This is the one method we have. Let's see how we can check a specific child. So I'll put brackets here, I'll give the index number 5, I save it, and now as you can see the 5th one is mine. So if I change 5 to 6, as you can see it's showing undefined because it's not available. So if I put index 2 and I save it, now as you can see it's showing my second index. So this is how we can use children. The second one has been shown. Alright, so if I want to put some CSS, then I can do that as well. I will use the children and will select 2, I save it, and now as you can see that one has turned pink. This is how we can change it. Alright, so if I put 5 and I save it, now as you can see the 5th one has been turned to pink. This is how we can use children and children nodes. So we have one more thing, which is the child nodes. And the child nodes are text inner side, attributes, classes, IDs. All these things will be shown to us in our console or the program we are making. As you can see here, all the index has been shown. So all the child, child out, child nodes in inner have been shown. But you have to take those elements where we have elements. Alright, so if I put index 0, then nothing will be shown, but if I choose its inner HTML, then it works. Okay. Oh, no, so sorry, I made an error. Now I save it, it's showing me undefined, but if I use index 1, I save it, then the inner HTML of 1 is showing, but if I put 0 and save it, then it's showing undefined. Alright, so if I put 4, then still I'm getting undefined. Why? Because this is my node and it will never select my node, so that's why we use the child nodes, so that we can check where, like which node is getting used. Okay, so if I show you on index 4, the text has been shown. We always have to select our elements, and as you can see, all things are appearing in elements. This was related to our child nodes. Okay, so let me tell you once again the difference between child node and children. Children is for selecting children node. Some are parent elements and some are their children elements. For selecting the parents elements or children, we use children method in DOM. And why do we use the child node? We use the child nodes so that we can know which are the child nodes and children node. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. Alright, so let me now combine many of the things that we studied in the previous lectures and show you how all of these things work together if we were to combine them. And yeah, so let's see how it works. Otherwise, you'll not really be able to understand properly how all of this works and like what it is used for. Okay, so if you have to use all of like the methods that we studied together, then you will know how to use them and where to use which method. Okay, so if I make a full program and do the work logically, then that lecture will be really difficult and lengthy. That's why we had to like spread it out over different smaller lectures. Okay, now we learn the first child and the last child method. So I'm removing this index. I used the first element child. Now I want to check what is my first child element. So I'm copying it and pasting it here as well. Now I'll put the green color. Whatever is the first child, it will turn green. I save it. And now as you can see in the inner ID, the first child element is this one. If I put the outer, I save it. As you can see, it's changed the outer. Alright, so here I'm putting outer as well. It's not useful since only that one will work. But if I want to check in the inner part to see like which one is my last child, I'll write last here, I save it. And now as you can see, my last child has been selected. That is my last child. Now as you can see, if I use my one more method, i.e. first child, I save it. And here you go, it's showing nothing. Why? Let me check in the console. So I'm facing an issue in the first child. I'm using the first child here as well. I save it. And here the outer is written. So if I write inner, I save it. I'm still facing an issue. So actually the error is appearing because in my first child there is any space or anything. That's why I'm getting an error. So if I comment this line, I save it. Here you go, as you can see, it's displaying. So there is a /n in my data, meaning that there is a space in my first child. In the previous lectures, we learned about the child nodes. So I'm opening that, and the child nodes we learned like on which one is our element and which is our text node. My text is on 0 index and my element is on 1. So I can select first child or last. This is the same as it is like the pseudo elements. Okay, so in the pseudo elements we learned about like how to select the first and last child, how to select a specific child, how to select siblings. But in the subsequent lectures we have a solution regarding like how to select the siblings, because here we have only used the first and last method. Okay, so here we are at the end of this lecture, and now let's move on and see in the next lecture how to select the siblings. Alright, and now on to the next one. Alright, let's now talk about siblings in JavaScript. So, we have some methods related to siblings. In siblings, we check which elements are brothers and or sisters. So, I'll write previous element siblings, and I'll select inner side, and I save it. It won't show anything here, because I have to open the console log, and it's coming null here because the h2 is not having any previous siblings. But if I do it for the next one, so we can see 1, so like this we are having siblings, but it's not his sibling, it's his child, so it's showing like this, and it's not having the previous siblings. But if I select this div, I'll give an ID named first div, but now I'll do the previous one here, so like the previous element siblings, and if I save it, it will show me the h2 inner side. Okay, so actually I've not changed the ID, I'll change the ID here and name it first div, which I've used before. So now it's showing me the h2. Thus, like this, we can find our siblings. If I do the next one here, it will show me the next one. I've used the next element siblings and it's showing me the h2. Okay, so if I select the outer div, it has its script, and if I used the previous one here, it's coming null because it's not having any siblings. Alright, so now if I create a div and write hello and save it, you can see in front of you its siblings. Alright, and now on to the next lecture. Alright, so now in this lecture we learn how to create elements, node, how to use comments through our JavaScript without using any HTML file. Okay, so alright, so I made an h2. Now I want to see like how can I do it through JavaScript. So how can I make it? I'll create a variable and we'll write document.createElement. As you can see, create element has appeared, so I have clicked on it. Now in the brackets I want to make the tag of h3. I save it. Nothing will be shown as I did not call it in the console log, so I'll call it in the console log. I save it. I went to my console, I see the element of h3 has been formed. If I want to create a node, then that's how I can do it. I'll copy this line and I'll paste it here. I'll put element 1 and I'll put create text node in place of element node. Alright, so what will I write in the text nodes? MetaBrains, I save it. MetaBrains did not display as I did not call it, so I'll copy it, I'll paste it here, then I'll put element 1, I save it, and as you can see my text node has appeared in front of us. So if I want to comment, then how can I do that? I'll write create comment, and then I'll write this is a JavaScript comment, I save it, and as you can see it has appeared as a comment. Okay, so if I want to do it separately, then I can do it as well. I'll copy and will paste it here. Then I'll use 2. I save it. And as you can see, my comment has been added. So we've made elements and nodes separately. I want to create a node and in the element. So let me tell you how can we do that. I'll select the election I made, and in that I'll use a method, append child. Okay, so append child method is used to attach the create text node with the create element. I'll use the append child. I'll call element 1 in this one because I want to merge my element 1 with the element. And as you can see, the h1 is separate and MetaBrains is separate, but when I'll save it, MetaBrains will be written in h3. Okay, I save it, I comment it, because I've made it separate variable, so actually I've written text node separately as well, so this is not an issue. Now I want to display this element on my screen of the web page. Alright, so that's pretty much it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. Okay, so here I'll take the document.getElementById. I'll have to make a div. After making a div, I'll give ID with the name new, then I'll write append child, and we'll call the element here. I save it, and as you can see, MetaBrains has been printed here and there as well. I'll comment this console log, I save it, and now as you can see it's been printed as well. If you don't want to print MetaBrains here, then you can uncomment it, save it. This is how the append child works. After the append child, you have one more method, which is like the insert before. Insert before means that the node we have made should be placed before a node. I take a p tag, for example, and will write lorem 100. I save it, and now I want like this MetaBrains to come before lorem. So how to make that possible? I'll make a variable here with the name of target. I'll write document.getElementID, and then I'll call my ID new. Now I'll call my variable and will write my method insert before. In the insert before we have two parameters. The first one is the element we want to print, as I've made with the name of element, so I'll write element. Then we have the second parameter, which is the one we have to target and to print with the node. So I've already made it. I will write child nodes. We've already covered in our previous lectures how it works. So I'll put 0, I save it, and as you can see, MetaBrains moved forward. Now I'll copy and make a new paragraph, and we'll write second so that we know it's second. I save it. I've put 2, so it moved there. But if I put 1, then it will not move there because it's a space. You know, how child nodes work. So yeah, I wrote 1, I save it, and as you can see, it's not working. I'll print this target in my console log. I'm writing target, so I save it, and now as you can see, this target has been printed here. Alright, if I put 1, then it will not appear. That's the node on which there are IDs, attributes, as we cannot style space and can't give anything. Okay, so that's why we have to put 2. If I put 3 and save it, it will not work on 3, but if I put 4, then it will move to the last one. So this is how the append child and the insert before and the create elements work. Alright, so that's it for this lecture, and now on to the next one. Alright, so now in this lecture we'll see what is the use of create and append method, like how we can use it. In the previous lecture we saw the two methods, append child and insert before, but here we'll explore the DOM create and the append methods. Alright, so let's begin. Here we've created an element, and after that we're going to insert the text, but now we're having these methods of create and append. So in this procedure we have the first tag, then the text, and after that text with tag, just as in our previous lecture, i.e. we make a paragraph and we add a text in it. So this is its process, and it's having all these elements in it, like insert, adjustment element, text, and HTML. Alright, so after all of this, we are having some position of insert adjacent. In this div, I've written a paragraph. After that, we are having some position. The first one is before begin. Second one is after begin. The third one is before end. And the last one is after end. The first one will work outside. The second one will work when the div has started. And the third one will start in the end of the div. And the fourth one will start after the end of the div. Okay, so now I'll go to my VS Code. I'll check them one by one. I've made a div in which the paragraph is given, and I'll start the JavaScript and write script tag. Okay, I'll make a variable and name it as element in the document.write. And as you can see, this is a sample. I've made a div and I've given a paragraph in it. So as you can see here, I've written some of the code where it's having h1 and MetaBrains types of things. So now I just have to target this. I'll just make a variable of target.document.element by ID. You can give classes named as div. Now I just want to see that where I want to print this, so on the start or on the last one. Okay, I'll write insert adjacent element. In this we're having two parameters. First one is position before begin. I want to start before the div and I want to print this element right here. So see here, it has printed automatically. Now I'll change its position. I'll write after begin, and as you can see it has come like this. If I write after end, so it has gone after end. Alright, these are the things related to insert append method. Now I'm having the next method, insert adjacent HTML. We'll see how we can use this. So firstly, I'll comment the first paragraph, and I've given a target in the ID. And in the next step, I'll make a new variable named first ALE. So I'll make an element h2. I write MetaBrains here, and I see nothing has been displayed here because I've written element. So if I change it and write HTML instead of this, it will work now. If I write first ALE and save it, and as you can see, now it's working perfectly. Okay, I've not created the element, or I haven't made a new text node. I've just made a variable and a tag, and I've written MetaBrains in it. So after that, I just changed the method, like I've just changed the HTML instead of the element. So my HTML tag has been made. We've inserted the adjacent text in which we just have to create the text. Okay, I'll create MetaBrains, I save it, and it has become a text just because I have written text here. Okay, I have to give a command of adjacent text. The text of T should be capitalized, and I'll write here after begin. I save it, and it has become its part, like it's the node of this div, and it's the child of this div. Okay, so you learned these things before in the previous lectures. Yeah, basically we just have it as a node. So basically in this lecture we studied about text insert, adjacent, HTML element, and we've looked after their positions as well. Alright, and now on to the next one. In this lecture we'll make a conclusion on what we learned so far in JavaScript and how to use all of the things that we learned. Alright, so first of all we learned about the basics of JavaScript, which every beginner is supposed to know, as this course is targeted like towards beginners. So yeah, we already talked about all the basic things. We talked about like the introduction of JavaScript, its history, why do we use it, and what are the things in JavaScript which we can use to increase the efficiency of our website. If we have to add the dynamic functionality, then we have to use JavaScript, as we are limited in HTML and CSS. So for any website, as you may already know, like any website built with HTML and CSS is pretty static. It's not that dynamic, and we need to add like JavaScript to give it some dynamism, to give it some energy, to give it some animations. Alright, so for putting dynamic functionalities, we have to use JavaScript. Yeah, so we learned also about variables. Then we learned about the basic concepts of JavaScript, which were the data type, the loops, how many types of loops we have, how do loops work, the statements, how to use the data types and arrays, what are the methods in arrays, the numbers, the strings. Alright, so the methods and the numbers are very useful. For example, if we have to make a calculator, then the methods of number will definitely be used. We learned about like how to use the objects, and after that we try to understand the DOM model. In the DOM model, we learned that all the things from which we can use our selectors, how we can target our HTML DOM, because DOM is usually used like mostly in the scripts in which you have query selector. So we learned how to target the child or the parent, how we can do styling in JavaScript. in short, we can say that we learned every basic concept in it. Alright, so when you make a basic website, then all these basic concepts will be used for the construction of whatever feature you need. If you look at all these basic methods, then you can say that most of them can be used to make, for example, a calculator. Like if you're making any calculation, or if you're adding any like add validation, then these methods will be used if you're adding a validation, for example. So after that, how can we do the styling? By using JavaScript, because there's a huge difference between the CSS styling and JavaScript styling. So with the help of JavaScript, you can do like much more animated stuff. Alright, so then when we work on more advanced level things, then this time the styling will be used, but the methods will be also helpful because they are quite advanced. For example, we can do the sliders and animations in CSS, but we stay specific in that animation. Like if we have to make anything in our text, like if we want to have a dynamically animated text, which is typing by itself, we can do it in CSS, but it's way too difficult, way too convoluted, because we have to make lots of divs and lots of animations and lots of lines of code. But in JavaScript, it's so easy to do it, and we can do it in just like 4 to 5 steps. Alright, so I definitely recommend you not to make your websites from scratch. You should add some frameworks to it, like for example React, Angular.js. So you need to use these frameworks, and later on, like the more you learn about JavaScript and web development and all of these things, you will get to know them much more. Because by using framework, you can save your time, and the work will be so much faster, and it will meet the market demand immediately instead of building things from scratch. Alright, yeah, basically like most of the clients suggest a certain framework for the developer. They have some predetermined ideas sometimes and want to use a certain framework. You just have to keep these things in your mind while making any project and while building any website. Alright, I'd recommend you to keep coding, like keep trying the codes that we did here, so that you have them on your fingerprints. But if you suddenly move to the next topic without doing any practice, then of course it will be so much more difficult to you, and you'll forget about like most of the concepts we learned here, and it will take you some time to go back and forth to review what we learned, and then trying to learn more advanced stuff later on. So yeah, before jumping to any advanced topic like React.js or Angular or Vue.js or whatever more advanced topic is on your mind, try to master the basics and review what we studied in this course together. For example, if you move to the DOM model without doing enough practice of the loops, then you will come back to the loops and review like what are the loops about and how do they work, and you will forget the syntax. That's why before moving on to like more advanced topics, always practice with some smaller exercises and review the basics from time to time. Alright, so I'll advise you to use loops in your DOM model so that you can revise them and make sure that you have a good understanding and a good foundation of the loops as well, not just the DOM model. Alright, so that's pretty much it for JavaScript. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for going through this course. And until next time, I wish you all the best and good luck in your journey.